Get in here, ladies and gentlemen. Get in. My God, who's excited? Who is excited, ladies and gentlemen? Goodness. And this is what it's all about. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what it's all about. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. I'm fired up. Get excited. Get excited. Yes. Yes. Get in here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. You're excited. The whole world's excited. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Who are they going to take? There's a lot of scuttlebutt going on right now. You want to talk about it? We'll talk about it. Bro is not jacked. It's a 300-pound bench, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Hey, from the UK. There we go. I want to get out to London soon. I've been talking about it. I've been watching a lot of the Great British Baking Show, and I want to get out to London. Greetings from Finland. Who dat? Hey, stand up Finland. Bless up Finland. Kelvin Banks. Okay. Here for this. One of the few times I don't have a clue what they'll do. No lie. Jesus, just like that. $1.99 super chat from Kermit Ketamine. If not Sanders, build around Rattler. I can go ahead and tell you Sanders is not an option. Sanders are out. Sanders is out. Which channel will you be watching? Okay, so this is how this is going to go. I can't stream the actual broadcast or I'll get banned. And nobody here wants me to get banned, right? So I'm going to be watching and listening to the ESPN broadcast. You will see the combination of the NFL draft board here, where the picks will populate, and Twitter. We'll kind of go back and forth between that and Twitter, make sure we're not missing anything. So that's how it's going to go. Can we hear it? I don't think I can do any audio or any video or I will get banned, and we don't want to do that. All right, let's see. Watching from Ocean Springs, shout out 228. Shout out. Sanders is out. Yeah, Sanders would be lucky if he gets drafted in the first round, TBH. Colson Loveland should be the pick. This is what I've been saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I've been saying. At this stage of the game, it's not about who should be the pick. It's about who will be the pick. All right? That's where we're at right now. That's what you got to think about. You missed a good Dynamite? Oh, man, did you go? Man, it's crazy because me and some buddies were talking about going, and we totally forgot it was like on a Wednesday. We're like, damn, we were thinking, because they did Collision as well, so we were thinking it'd be like a Saturday. Who has more of a say, Kellen or Mickey? It's interesting you say that. So I don't know if y'all saw, there was like a documentary or something. I mean, it wasn't a documentary, but it was like a video where they talked about how much Sean Payton had control in the draft room. And Sean Payton basically like ran the draft room with the Saints. And he had like 95% control. And I think a lot of people, including me, thought it was kind of like, a little bit of in between with him and Mickey, but it kind of blew my mind, honestly. Kind of blew my mind. Because, you give a lot of the good drafts and a lot of the bad drafts to Mickey, but really it was pretty much all Peyton. Whether it was good or bad, he was just kind of riffing. Which also makes sense because Peyton was horrible defensively, just as far as like when he had his hands on the defense. And then it makes sense that he would miss on some of those defensive players. All right. DA had zero control. Yeah. Tyler Shuck is a big no-no. I like Shuck. It just depends on where. I thought the face of the franchise would react to the Loomis interview. But the Loomis interview today was, we just couldn't get it in because we had the draft tonight, but we had to do the final odds and all that stuff. And, so Mickey, his interview got shoved. Oh my God. Another super chat, $5 from Jesse. Ready for the rebuild. Let's go. Been watching it for a couple of years. Good luck to you and your channel, homie. I really appreciate that, my man. We are on the way to the top of the mountain, and we're not even halfway up. All right. God, I'm excited. I mean, let's really talk about it. This is the craziest draft I think maybe ever. Within the last 10 minutes, I have heard that the Jaguars are going to trade up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. I've heard the Giants are going to trade down from 3 and take Jackson Dart in the top 10. I've heard so much stuff. Let's see here. Oh my God. Bryce just dropped $30 on my doorstep, knocked on the door, ran down the street. Unbelievable. Been waiting all off season for this. The face of the franchise opinions is law, and I abide by it. Jesus, that could be... It's early, but that could be the quote of the night. That could be the comment of the night. It is early, but that could be the comment of the night, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Kellen Moore time. The first, this is big for Kellen Moore. Let's say Kellen Moore takes Jackson Dart at 9. He is basically putting his entire career on the shoulders of Jackson Dart. Within 2 hours, I found out I'm going to be a dad, and now I get to watch the face of the franchise live. Pretty good day. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some congratulations in the chat? Can we get some congratulations in the chat to Anthony? Unbelievable. I'll tell you this, if it's a boy, creatine early. That's all I'm going to say. Creatine real early. Brute Saint. Oh, wait, we got to get caught up here. We got to get caught up in donos. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me get caught up. All right. Let me get caught up. Okay. Back 40 TV. $20. Threw it through the front window. Brick. Wrapped in newspaper with a rubber band. Inside of the newspaper, $20 bill. Just here for the party. Flexing. From Northeast Louisiana. Ready to see how they let us down this year. Hey, this is a brand new draft. Brand new draft. It's Kellen Moore time. Brute Saint rolls up in, kicks the door down, leaves $10. Doesn't take anything else. Insanity. Now I need a new door. I want BPA at 9. Also, what's cracking, James? Just be in the face. Putting on the best watch party in New Orleans sports media. And then Lavon. Superstar at $5. Face of the franchise. Great day to be alive. Shout out Slidell. Shout out drive-through daiquiri stores. Doesn't seem safe, but I'm all about it. Let's get caught up in chat, huh? Michael, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Crafty. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderation sensation crew. Crafty's in the chat. Bucks is in the chat. Shout out to my guy who's been here since day one. My guy, another elite draft stream. I will be lurking and back around 9. May have some more inside scoops from my boy as well. Can't wait to hear it. Connor, $5. The best in the business. Face of the franchise. Congrats to all your success and growth. Love the channel. We still thinking DL or OL, or are these Dart rumors true? I think we go DL or OL. That's what I think. That's what I'm thinking. All right. What else we got? Boom. Jeremy, $1.99. Being on the craziness. Jeremiah, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Unbelievable. Thank you all very, very much. Trying to get caught up in chat. Keep it going. Pop off in chat the whole night. We'll be here the whole night reading, reacting. This is going to be a good time, ladies and gentlemen. James, who do you like in the second round? It does depend on the first. It does very much depend on the first. So, wouldn't mind one of the stud wide receivers. I like the cornerback out of East Carolina. Then again, if everything falls kind of crazy, you know, if one of the quarterbacks is sitting there at 40, maybe you get involved there. A lot we can do. I will say, to ask the question about offensive line or defensive line, with us announcing that we're not picking up Penning's fifth year or fifth year option, I think that does kind of lend itself to offensive line coming up the draft board a little bit more. My God. Jeremiah, $5. Unbelievable. No comment. Just drop the $5 down. Respect. That's what it's all about right there. Dave Deli, $5. The best around, period. Love from Jersey. Who dat? Who dat, my man? Jesse, $20. Unbelievable. Slipped it right under the door. Bro, let's go. Let's get my boy paid tonight. By the way, what am I chasing bets-wise? Jackson Dart to be the second quarterback taken. I've got like 4 different bets on players to get drafted by the Saints. I need one of Tyler Warren, Mykel Williams, Kelvin Banks, and I think Mimbu. Or not Mimbu. Oh, Connerly. John Connerly. I put a bet on Connerly because of Nick Underhill. And then I need Ted McMillan to go to the Jaguars. I need Ashton Genty to go, I think, 4 to the Bears. I think that's all I'm chasing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're already over 1,000 viewers, and the draft hasn't even started yet. No offense, but I can't believe people bet on it. I don't think they can get all the way from 20 to 5, where you'd have to go to draft Genty. Now, if Genty slides, I think absolutely they could trade up with the Saints. But I don't think Genty's going to be there at 9. Deontay, Super Chat. Saints will trade back, take McMillan. Saints will trade back, take McMillan, and trade back in first to take Milton or Dart. Okay, interesting. I mean, McMillan will be, I think McMillan's an option for the Saints. I don't know if they trade back to do it because you can't get beyond Dallas. I think Dallas could trade up. I'll give you another one. I think Dallas could trade up with Carolina and take McMillan at 8. Marcelo, Super Chat $10. Let's go. I think we need top tier O linemen. Then we might be on to having a really good O line finally. Isn't it crazy how we've taken an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman every year since 2014? Is that not absolutely insane? That is bananas in the first round. That is bananas. This bicycle situation I'm watching is kind of crazy. And there's the Green Bay Packers' biggest fan in the world, Lil Wayne. A lot of question marks. I got James on one screen and Stream East on the other. I'm locked in. Boom. There you go. Sanders ain't happening? Yeah, Sanders ain't happening. Let's go Tyler. Oh, yeah, Tyler Warren. If Tyler Warren goes to the Saints, that'd be huge for me. Imagine if the Titans did not take Cam Ward. How much would that shake up the night? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Mel is saying Sanders to the Saints. I just can't see it. I don't see it. I'd like to see a trade down. Yeah, I would like to see a trade down. But it's you got to find a partner. Much like in life. Phrase of the franchise, damn legend. Warren or Graham? Graham would be sweet. I don't have a bet on Graham, but if Graham is there, he would be sweet. $50-1 ticket for Graham to the Saints. Damn, that's a huge ticket. You must have got that. You must have got that a while ago. That's solid. That is a solid ticket. Petty Capital, $2. 2 Dome Dogs locked in. Unbelievable. And then Munslow drops his Prime subscription. I really appreciate that as well. Jeff Bezos, bless up. No trade downs. Yeah. Patriots are shopping for. I think so. I think the Bears and the Patriots make a lot of sense. All right. Think about this. What do the Patriots need? Wide receiver, offensive lineman. They could trade down with the Bears. Bears trade up, ship DJ Moore. And then the Patriots could still take like Banks or whoever at 10. On a date with my girl, if the Saints make... Oh, jeez. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Good luck, brother. I hope... Where are you at? Chili's? Be a great date spot. Broncos pushing to get in the top 10. We should trade out. Broncos are only pushing up to get Genty. So if Genty's not there, they're not trying to get up there. I wouldn't hate the Dart pick depending on where we get him. Yeah, same. I wouldn't hate the Dart pick. I just don't want to take him at 9. Packers superfan Lil Wayne. Feels bad, man. Skrmetta at 9 is the only right pick. I'll tell you this. If I was within 25 yards, I'd light it up. I'll tell you that right now. What am I sipping on tonight? This is coffee. This is hot coffee. Why? Because I ain't stopping. So I'm locked in. I'm ready to roll. I'm locked in. I'm feeling good. Hot coffee. Brewed up. $7 p.m. pot of coffee. Time we might have a heart attack on stream. Bro is locked in. What time did this start? 7 p.m. Boom. The guy. Super chat. Praying for your success, man. Keep doing God's work and somebody get this man his own show. That is the beautiful thing, though. You know, that's the beautiful thing is that 15 years ago, I would have had to be begging terrestrial radio stations or newspapers or whatever for a show or a spot. But now I just flip on the camera and I'm the most watched, most listened to face in New Orleans sports media. So it's a beautiful thing having social media and how accessible streams and all that are. Just home, just cracked the first one. Who dat? Damn. Ladies and gentlemen, it just started. It's on. Do they lock all bets as soon as it starts? Yes. Yes. Some jurisdictions allow live betting throughout the draft. Not all. So you got to check. But most of them are locked once it starts. Titans are on the clock. Yeah, Bears caught a stray there. God, here we go. I think, here's the deal. Here's the first question you got to ask yourself. The first question you got to ask yourself is Jacksonville going to move up to 2? That's the first question. That's the first question. Does Jacksonville trade up to 2? The Vulture super chatted. $5. Over 2.5 quarterbacks for 1,000 and my okay. I don't hate it. You're gonna have to dodge Sanders. Because I think Dart goes for sure, and I think obviously Cam Ward goes. The question is, does Pittsburgh want Shedeur Sanders? Thanks for doing this live. No. Thank you for watching this live. Why is this about gambling all the time? Everybody's got their vice. Everybody's got their vice. You know what I mean? For some people, you know, the good stuff you find under a bridge. For some people, like Bucks, Violet Myers is subreddit. For other people, like Burley D, Pokemon stream. For me, gambling. That's how you do it. Sup, man? Been with you since the beginning. Much appreciated. 3 a.m. my time, so hopefully worth it or my sleeping will be fooked. Listen, here's what you got to do. Put the phone or your laptop, however you're watching, put it on your forehead. Crank up the volume. Go to sleep. Your REM sleep. Subliminally, my information will go into your brain, okay? When you wake up, you'll be fully locked in. And your bench will probably be up 30 to 40 pounds. Best in the game, face of the franchise, boom. How likely do the Saints trade back in the first? Not likely. 1, not likely because Loomis doesn't do it. 2, You got to find a partner, all right? Very difficult. When you start adding in those other variables, hard to do. So the question you have to ask yourself is, who would want to trade to 9? Who would want to trade to 9 and why? Could be someone trying to get Tyler Warren. The Colts. Do the Colts want to trade up to 9 to get Warren? Certainly possible. Latest I'm hearing is Pittsburgh wants Dart and is out on Sanders. I don't think Dart's going to be there at 21. I don't think so. Let's see. Let's see. I say we go OL. Could be. Let's see. Venazor, $20. Right there. You should make draft predictions next year for the first round in every spot you're wrong. You should take a shot. Whew. I don't know about a shot, but we can figure something out. I don't think I'd get too many wrong. I mean, like this, we could, I mean, we're not going to do a shot, but we could do something similar. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be pretty close to getting them. Not every one of them, but plenty creatine. There you go. James, they need to sign you at ESPN? They really do. It's getting ugly over there. It's getting ugly. Could you imagine? Like really think about it. Imagine you wake up, okay? And like yesterday. Imagine yesterday you wake up and you want to watch some highlights. You put on ESPN. You want to watch some highlights of the hockey playoff games. You know, I'm up till 1 a.m. watching two overtime games in puck. Let's say you want to talk about the NBA playoffs. What do you have on ESPN? You've got Mel Kiper telling you that Shedeur Sanders is going to go 3rd overall, and then you got Shannon Sharp's sex life. What the hell's going on over there? Jesus. Shannon, take a cold shower, man. God, dog. I mean, what's going on? So, I don't know. Hold on a second. I got a mod. I got to mod up. I got to mod up real quick. Oh, wait. Did he already get modded out of here? Did Bucks already take care of him? Did Bucks already handle the scandal? All right, let me figure this out. Bucks, get in there, son. Get in there, Bucks. Okay, what's going on here? All right. Or we'll see what happens. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? You're lagging and buffering? Are we back? Are we good to go? Stream's messing up? What's going on? What's going on with the stream? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. We're fighting. Hold on. Hold on here. Let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can figure out here. Don't worry. Let's see here. Hold on. We're getting it figured out. Yeah, I have no idea. Can't figure this out right now. We gotta hope it works. All right, the pick is in. Pick is in. Here we go. Cam Ward got to be number 1. Has the lagging fixed itself, ladies and gentlemen? We back? Cam Ward. There you go. There we go. Good now? All right. We just got to put our hopes and prayers into YouTube. Just got to put our hopes and prayers into what YouTube's got going on. I guess YouTube is you know, I mean the superstar's got thousands of viewers, so you know. James, is there a wrong pick? Good question. I would say oh, Jaguars. There it is. Wow. 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 Huge trade. Damn. Damn. Wow. I'll say this. Cleveland just got a haul. From what it sounded like with Schefter, Travis Hunter's going second. Okay, so now the question is where does Genty go? Does Genty go? Who does Cleveland want? Does Genty go to the Raiders now? What's happening? Do the Bears now move up to 4? Wow. Wow. That is a huge trade. I cannot believe this. That was an enormous trade. Wow. So Travis Hunter going. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. I mean, that's some shocking stuff. Dang. Say the trade. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if let's see. Try and find it here. Okay, here's the trade. Oh wait, no. This isn't the trade. Schefter, give me the trade. Okay. Browns are trading. So this is it. Browns are trading the second overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th to the Jaguars for the 5th, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and next year's 1st round pick. Woo! Baby. Wow. Okay, I'll say this. We had Ted McMillan going to the Jaguars. So I thought Liam Cohen wanted a wide receiver. I thought for the people at work, can you say the trade? Yes. Trade is, again, Browns are trading the 2nd overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are trading the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick. All right, so you can look at that as like so the Browns are trading the 2nd overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. Jaguars are sending the 5th, a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's 1st. Damn. But I thought Jacksonville was going to take a receiver. All right. Because I thought Jacksonville, with Liam Cohen coming from Tampa, with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and you have Brian Thomas and you have Trevor Lawrence, you have to get something out of Trevor Lawrence, right? So I thought it was going to be Ted McMillan at 5, but I guess they really like Travis Hunter. They taking Sanders? They are not taking Sanders. Wow. Liam Cohen, I mean, that is big nuts right there. Question, $5 super chat from Jesse. I must be out of the loop. Why does Sanders stock fall so fast? I guess a lot of it was just misinformation. I think with the Saints, Derek Carr not being there probably hurt Sanders' stock a little bit because now he'd have to play right away. Dylan, $5. James, what is worst case scenario for the Saints draft tonight? I think Shamar Stewart is pretty bad. I think Tyler Booker at 9 is not. I think that would be a miss because I think you can trade down and get Booker. I think that would be a mistake. I think those are probably the 2 guys you really want to dodge is Shamar Stewart and Tyler Booker. Who just got spanked in the Jags room? Did y'all see that? I didn't see the Jags spanking. Imagine being Travis Hunter. Like, imagine being Hunter where you're sitting there and you're like, all right, I'm going to Cleveland. I'm going to Cleveland. I'm going to Cleveland. And then 3 minutes before, you're going to Jacksonville. It's crazy. Tet falls to the Saints at 9 now. Maybe. I think Dallas is in play. I think Dallas is in play to trade up to 8 with the Panthers and take Tet there. Hunter to Jackson, yeah, that's confirmed. Your bets just got cooked more than likely. This doesn't change too much. I mean, obviously it changes it doesn't change too much. It hurts the Tet McMillan to Jacksonville trade, but Tet could still go to Cleveland, I guess. But yeah, I mean, that's the only one that really cooks. New England Tiger fan super chatted $20. Face the franchise is the best in the world. Great coverage as always. I like this move for the Jags. Hunter seems like the truth. I think it's I don't know. It's hard to judge trades like that because you never know how good the player is. But I will say it is absolutely a lot to be given up. I'll say that. Super chat's flying. What channel? I'm watching ESPN. Coach wants a Gronk-like player. He wants Tyler Warren. Could be. Genty Graham could fall if Raiders go O-line. 100%. 100%. So now the question is now, does Chicago trade up? Does Chicago trade up with the Raiders or the Patriots to try and get Genty? Did Saints pick yet? No, they did not. They picked 9th. I'd rather live in Jacksonville than Cleveland. Yeah. Wouldn't mind trading down and getting Colston Loveland. Yeah, I mean, trading down, like I said, trading down is always probably what you want to do. It's just, it's just so hard to pull off. You know, that's the problem. All right, so what are we thinking? What are we thinking Cleveland does at 5? What are we thinking Cleveland does at 5, ladies and gentlemen? So the Jags take a cornerback. I think Hunter ends up playing way more wide receiver than cornerback. I mean, he's obviously going to play cornerback, but there you go. Travis Hunter, 2nd overall. There he is. Travis Hunter heading to Jacksonville. Damn. Buck says Tet or Genty at 5. Man, Tet, God, please, Cleveland, please, God. If they go Tet McMillan, I'll be so excited. Let's see here. Browns are leaning Mason Graham. Okay. Mason Graham 5, all right. Who dat hoping for Tyler Warren? Cleveland will get wide receiver. Well, if Cleveland gets Tet McMillan, I make a lick. So damn it. Hunter Shador dream is dead. Yes, you're correct. So had Travis Hunter and Shador both going to Cleveland. So that is dead. Yes, 0 for 1. Okay. For all of you keeping score at home. Yeah, 0 for 1. Fantastic. Okay, so now we get to see what New York does. Word on the street was New York could trade down. Word on the street is also New York could panic and take Shador Sanders. Word on the street is New York could panic and take Jackson Dart. Let's see what they do. In a wild turn of events, Will Campbell falls to 9 and the Saints. You know, so let's say if Chicago trades up with New England, if Chicago trades up, I think that's real. Like, I think it's like a realistic thing where Campbell could fall to the Saints if Chicago trades up to the Patriots. Tet or Genty, Cleveland. God, please be Tet. Please, God, please be Tet. Yeah, if the stream keeps lagging, I think it's a YouTube problem. It looks like it's on YouTube's end. They're just kind of having issues on their end from what I can see. My apologies. Classic YouTube trying to hold me down. So fight through it. It fixed itself earlier. I don't know if YouTube's got some. I don't know. We got to get bucks on it. Giants taking Genty? I don't know about that. I would rather the Saints get Tyler Warren than McMillan. I'd probably agree with that. Face of the franchise has hit the big time. Let's make it the most viewed independent coverage. Boom. Skrmetta 316. There you go. There you go. Abdul to the Browns? I don't think he'll fall that far. I don't think he gets past New England if he was there. How many units you have on the Tet bet? I think it was I want to say it was it might have been a full unit now that I think about it. It's either a full unit or a half unit. One of those two. It's not lagging. Did YouTube fix whatever they got going on over there? Jesus. Braden Stone. What a name. Sounds like a bull rider. Braden Stone. Super chatted $5. Do you think Will Campbell will be available by the 9th pick? I think Campbell could be available if we see a trade with New England. But otherwise, I think New England will take him. Let's see here. I bet Denver trades up to the Patriots. Trading up from 20 to 4 would be nuts. Fun Dip, thank you for subscribing. Death Wish the Saber. Jesus, what a name. Damn. Appreciate the follow. Fun Dip, thank you for the follow. How many first round picks we got? 1. Currently, 1. Let's see here. Can we end up with Genty? I doubt it. Because Chicago would have to stay put, and I think if Genty was in that area, I think they'd move. Yeah, it's a YouTube thing. I don't know what's going on. YouTube, it's I don't know what their problem is. I don't know what their deal is. Let's see. Looking a little better on here, not sure what's up with YouTube. I don't know. I mean, it's unbelievable. Walker, potentially, if Carolina goes Graham or Williams, then yeah, we could probably end up with Walker. All right, looks like the Giants are okay. The pick is in. It's got to be Abdul Carter. I mean, no way they pass up. No way, right? No way. All right, there you go. Abdul Carter. Okay, there you go. All right. I'm trying to take a look on YouTube, see what's going on here. Interesting. I really haven't been in the back area of YouTube, so I'm looking through, trying to see what's going on here. Dayball's so nervous. Yeah, he is. Love the channel, James. Much appreciated. On my wife's Twitch, because I panicked. Pause. Damn. Is that a euphemism? $5 from Miles. Thanks for repping Mississippi, Saints fans. Who dat from the Gulf Coast? There you go. Unreal dedication. Unreal dedication right there. Yeah, much appreciated everyone sticking around through YouTube's issues. Okay. Now we see. Now we take a look. Do the Patriots stay put? Do the Patriots stay put and take William? Or does Chicago get nasty? What if the Browns go Genty? They could. They could. They could. Certainly could. Hattiesburg, Mississippi watching. There you go, to the top. Who dat from Biloxi? Let's go. The birthplace of the face of the franchise. Wow. Okay. Who dat from Romania? Damn, we got Romania. We had Finland, Romania, the UK. What other? We got any other international viewers, ladies and gentlemen? Cali, close enough. Chicago. Melbourne, there you go. Gulfport. Aloha said, just watch the stream on delay and it won't lag. Did you watch WrestleMania? I did. We are at 1,500 viewers right now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I have my WrestleMania review video on my wrestling channel if you want to hear what I have to say about it. I thought the main event was ass. Long Beach, Shreveport, Washington State. Okay, the PNW. Pat's sticking with their pick. Let's see if it's Will Campbell. Baton Rouge. Detroit, the Motor City. Who were you hoping for in the Lions take? France? Wow, you two following the face of the franchise from France, Ireland. A lot of people, Scotland, there you go. Shout out Celtic. Virginia Beach, Fort Myers, Miami, San Francisco, Woolmarket. Yeah, a lot of people, fun fact about the face of the franchise, I was a French minor in college. Nashville, there you go. Canada, is this the year, Aiden? Is this the year that the Maple Leafs do it? It's not the year Edmonton does it, I'll tell you that much. Watching on all 3 platforms. Jeez, the dedication. Puerto Rico. All right. Little Damian Priest, Bad Bunny. Asheville, North Carolina. It's 4 horseman country right there. Got some SoCal. Shout out Del Mar. Unbelievable, man. Look, seeing where all y'all are watching from is just blowing my mind. I love it. Hello from Vegas. Whew. My second home. Shout out Circa. What about Scadaboo in the 3rd? I don't think he's going to be in the 3rd. Word on the street is Scadaboo could go to the Chiefs in the 1st round. I don't think Scadaboo is going to be there in the 3rd. Who dat from Venus? As long as it's not Uranus. James, you minored in France. What was that like? Or in French? It was actually easy. It was pretty easy. A long time ago, though. I've been trying to Duolingo it up to try. Gentili. James, what do you think about Arsenal's Champions League chances? I mean, if Declan Rice keeps playing like the greatest player that ever lived, then I think we'll be all right. We're actually getting some forward play out of Marino, so you know, I think we have a good chance. I mean, Arsenal's playing good, and I mean, I guess you could say Inter, but like, there's really not a dominant team right now. Barcelona's ups and downs. You know, Barcelona's just so young, you never know what's going to happen. But I think Arsenal's got as good of a chance right now in this Champions League run as you could ask for. Ireland. Loved it. Man, this is solid, man. This is solid stuff. Outside my window. Okay, we're gonna keep the blinds lowered. All right. So if the Patriots stay put, I would assume it's Will Campbell. But I can't really figure out this Browns move at 5. I mean, it might have to be McMillan. Or do they go like what? I mean, do they go Graham? Do they go offensive lineman? If you're going to move from 2 and you're taking Travis Hunter, you're obviously thinking you're going to get a wide receiver. So now is it like, all right, well, we'll just drop back and take the next wide receiver? Or are they thinking we'll drop back and take best available, which is probably, I would assume, Mason Graham. Or I guess they could take Genty. That would be crazy. If Genty goes to the Browns, that would be nuts. Croatia, there you go. It's my the motherland. Yeah, my hat, my Croatia hat. My aunt and uncle went to Croatia for like 2 weeks to pay respects to the motherland, and they brought me that hat. So that's straight from there. I think they went to Split. Is that what it's called? Split. Is that a place in Croatia? Let's see here. Will went to the Pats. I'm in a commercial. I'm in a damn commercial. Will Campbell is going to the Pats. He met with Vrabel at a Baton Rouge restaurant at a Dave & Buster's. What do you think of Loveland? Colston Loveland? I think Loveland's good. Here's my thing about Colston Loveland. Colston Loveland is more of the like wide receiver tight end hybrid, right? Is more of that kind of player. So I don't know if that's because that's what Juwan Johnson is. So do the Saints want multiple of that, or would they rather have a tried and true tight end that they can put on the offensive line? They can ask to block. They can do that with. So would they rather that in Warren? I don't know. I do think Loveland's awesome though. I think he's sweet. Split. There you go. Okay, yep. All right, here you go. Patriots. Do they go Campbell? Will Campbell, 4th overall. All right. Controversial suit. I guess stripes are slimming, right? Okay. It's hard to go wrong with that. It's hard to go wrong with a stud offensive lineman. You know, I always say, like, if you have a financial advisor and they say, hey, man, why don't you buy some, buy IBM. It's like, it's never going to get you fired. You know, taking a good offensive lineman, never going to get you fired. Will Campbell. All right, so now we want, if you are rooting with the face of the franchise, you want this to be Ted McMillan. If Ted McMillan is the pick here, we are absolutely flying. We are dancing. We are living. We are feeling good. Do the Bears trade up to 5 for Genty? This would be the spot. Here we go, run on offensive line, so the Saints are forced out of it. Yeah, Mimbo and Banks are the next two, obviously. How far is Sanders dropping? It's going to be Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh is where Sanders could go. I think Shador, if he doesn't go to Pittsburgh, I think he could fall in the second round. Told you Will Campbell was going to be an offensive tackle. He hasn't played yet. We'll see what happens. We'll see what he ends up doing. It sounds pretty consensus like he might be a guard. We shall see. Browns are taking Sanders. God, that would be... What a mess that would be if Shador Sanders goes 5th overall. Come on, Ted McMillan. Please, God, please be Ted McMillan. Please, Please, God, please. Please. Oh, man. That's what we need, and we need it bad. It is a little... Okay, the pick's in. Cleveland's pick is in. Cleveland went in defensive line. Browns taking Graham. Think so? Graham went to the Browns. Mason Graham. Confirmed? How are y'all getting this information? Is someone leaking this info? Am I behind? Am I in a different ethereal plane? Am I in a different shade of reality? I have no idea what the Browns are going to do. Yeah, same. Please be Ted McMillan. God, please give me this. Give me this. Give me this. If Mason Graham is there at 9, we can't pass him up. Yeah, I agree with that. Come on. Please, God, please. Please just be Ted. Schefter in the chat? Yeah, is Adam Schefter in my chat? Did Will Campbell get those new chompers? Did Will Campbell get... Yeah, looks like he got some veneers. Got them new chomps. Same guy from last year, local here in Cincy. So what do you got, Crafty? Sanders is deft getting drafted tonight, maybe, but it's only a couple. He only has a couple shots. He only has a couple places he could fall. So according to chat, according to Woj and Shefty in the chat, they're saying that the Browns are going to go Mason Graham. I would be a very happy bunny if they go Ted McMillan. The pick is in. You're lagging a bit? Yeah, YouTube's having some trouble. YouTube's having some trouble, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. Classic YouTube holding me down in the biggest night of my life. All right, here we go. Please be Ted McMillan. Please, God, please. Damn it. All right. Man, that was a big swing because Mason Graham, whenever Jacksonville was all hot and heavy on Ashton Jeanty, this was like the big, like Mason Graham was the guy that was going to fall. And he stayed right where people thought he was going to go, 5th overall. So after all that, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 go pretty much exactly how people thought they were going to go. Bro is already saying the Raiders are getting Jeanty to Raiders. Now that, okay, so this is another controversial pick because I thought it was gonna be Jeanty for a long time. Then we got word that it was going to be Mimbu. Then we got word today that it was going to be Kelvin Banks. So let's see what happens. Now the question is, does Chicago try and move here? Because if the Raiders do not take Ashton Jeanty, if they take Kelvin Banks or they take Mimbu or they take whoever, Jeanty's going to fall. And Jeanty could be there for New Orleans. And then we get nervous. Yeah, I mean, I think Mason Graham, if you're Cleveland, you got to feel pretty good about that, getting Mason Graham and getting all those picks. What's the Browns' plan for quarterback? I guess Kenny Pickett, right? God, this is so much better than the YouTube stream. Yeah, see, so Folded Spartan switched on over. It's just a YouTube issue. It's unbelievable. Genty to Raiders confirmed. So if y'all saw earlier, Pete Carroll. Let's see if I can find Pete Carroll's Twitter. So Pete Carroll apparently likes to tweet stuff out about his draft clues. So this draft clue, let's see. So these are all supposed to be draft clues, okay? So this is what people were saying. People said this was Kelvin Banks because Will Smith was a member of the Banks family in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This is a Texas standoff, which is Kelvin Banks went to Texas. This is from the movie Sinners. I don't know what this would be. Snoop Dogg. I don't know what that one would be. Then we got... So he does this like every year, apparently. Apparently, he's like all about this. So how, let's see what the Twitter detectives... what's this one? I don't know. Let's see. Was on the phone. Did the Giants stay at 3? Yes, they took Abdul Carter. All right, let's get caught up in the super chat. Dark Revenant, $5. Who dat from Uranus? You're my goat, and it's going to be Rattler Season Trust. Okay. Sure what the hell he's doing down there. Okay, David Carrero, $2. Love your videos, my guy. I hope a playmaker at 9. Tyler Warren at 9 would be sweet. Tyler Warren at 9, and we are feeling good. Bryce Jones, $5. Stop spoiling the picks. I'm trying to see the face of the franchise react like only he can. Whew. All right, here we go. All right, so we just hit Armand Membu over 6.5. So that's a 1 bet cashed. Man, I mean, this is crazy because this is exactly how we had this going weeks ago. Like if we go through, like let me take a look. Let me take a look at something. Let me take a look. I'm about to blow y'all's mind. You want me to blow y'all's mind real quick, ladies and gentlemen? Who wants their mind absolutely blown? Raise your hand. Raise your hand in chat. Let's see. All right, let's see here. All right, I'm about to show y'all a little something. Now. All right. This is the face of the franchise. You're good looking. This is the face of the franchise. This is what I gave you like a week ago. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty. Who is the best? I gave you this a week ago. I mean, who's the best? I mean, unbelievable. Just boom, top 6 a week ago. Everyone else is screaming and crying. What are you going to do, you know? So let's see if Mimbu goes 7. I mean, it's unreal sometimes. It really is. Sometimes I even surprise myself. Only difference is the trade, yeah. YouTube crashed, did it? YouTube, what are we doing? YouTube says excellent connection. Refresh. Refresh. Are we good, ladies and gentlemen? Are we good? It says excellent connection. It did, but only for a second. Okay, we're back. We're back. It says excellent connection. YouTube is pissing me off. I got 1,500 people in here. I thought you ended. I'm not ending until pick 32. All right. Link us the other streams. Just my name. Just my name. They're easy peasy. They're trying to silence. It's unbelievable. You're the GOAT. I didn't end the stream. Stream's not ended. Shador to New Orleans. No. Nope. Nope. Refresh. Yeah, everyone just refresh. All right. Everyone just refresh. Okay. This is out of control. What happened? What happened? We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're good. We're good. All right. Shador's happening. He's not happening. All right. Shador is so good they retired his jersey. Y'all don't want him? Yeah, true. I guess that is true. I didn't factor that in. Panthers looking to go down. Yeah, Panthers have been wanting to trade down. The teams that have wanted to trade down, from what I heard, were Panthers. I think the Dolphins. The Panthers could absolutely trade with Indianapolis if Indy wants to get Tyler Warren. Atlanta, but inter division, like, it's kind of hard to do that. Inter division, very difficult. But Atlanta does want an edge rusher. But yeah, Miami's a team that could trade up. But what would Miami trade up for? What would they want that bad? Because Miami's kind of in like a pseudo rebuild. Who would they want at 8? Walker? All right, at 7, I don't think I have anything at 7. I don't think I have anything there. Would I rather Sanders or Dart? Honestly, the way I look at it is that if I'd have to err to Kellen Moore. Like, I would have to just say, whoever Kellen Moore takes, I have to feel good about. You know, like, if Kellen Moore says, hey, man, Jackson Dart's better than Shador Sanders, okay, fine. Like, I trust Kellen. If Kellen Moore told me, hey, man, Shador Sanders is better than Jackson Dart, okay, fine. I trust Kellen. Sean Phillips, super chatted $2. Bad feeling the Saints are going to do something stupid. All right, let me go here. Boom. let me type in. So there. Wait. If you are trying to check something else out, there's the link. All right. Okay, here we go. The Jets pick is in. My prediction a week ago was Armand Mimbu. Let's see what they do. Tyler Warren would be interesting. Let's see what happens. Do I know how to shotgun a beer? Yes. I mean, bro, fellas, I'm 7 for 7 right now. I'm 7 for 7. I mean, look at this. I mean, what are we saying here? What are we saying? What are we saying? All right. Now the Panthers, do they trade down? Do they trade out? God, if Tyler Warren gets drafted by the Saints, I will be so happy. That is a big wager there. All right, I'm already stress drinking our pick. It's coming up. It's coming up. Panthers are trading? No, the pick is in. Panthers pick is in. It's got to be Jalen Walker, right? It's got to be Jalen Walker. Please, Saints, go Tyler Warren. Please. I hope you're right about Warren. Yeah, me too. Either Warren or Walker at this point is there. Pick is in. All right. If the Panthers go, it's not my internet. I'm telling you, if it's not my internet, it's YouTube. It's strictly a YouTube thing. Neon Shadow, $5 super chat. I've dreamed of the Saints drafting Tyler Warren last year. Usually my dreams come true. There you go. If the Saints get Warren, you got a shotgun a beer? All I have is Guinness. And I don't think you can shotgun a Guinness. I think the nitrous would actually kill you. I think if you took the nitrous Guinness shotgun, I think it would actually probably blow up and more than likely damage you for the rest of your life. So that would not be good. If James goes 9 for 9, who can argue he's the GOAT? That's true. That's true. Hey, you only live once? I think if the Panthers go, the best case scenario for the Saints would be if the Panthers go Ted McMillan, because I think then it gives the Saints. I think then the Saints would have the most options. The Saints would have the options of Walker, Williams, Warren. They could basically do whatever they wanted. Dart, LOL. Jay Thomas, super chat. Dude, you you are the face of the franchise. Get him up out of here. Bam. There you go. There you go. If you made bets on the first 10 picks, you'd be banking. I would. But instead, I was chasing lottery tickets. Oh, YouTube. Oh, boom. J. Thomas followed it up with an edit. First time I've ever seen an edit to a donation. YouTube is effing the goat. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They take Tet, we take Walker. They got Tet, $1.99 from David. Warren would be awesome. Shotgun that beer, homie. If the Panther, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2,000 people in the chat right now. Thank you very much for the 2,000 people watching the Superstar. Shamar Stewart to the Saints, that would be bad news. That'd be bad news, Bears. That would be bad news, Bears. Man, you being 9 for 9 and making YouTube lag is way better than when Mike Tyson and Jake Paul lagged Netflix. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Netflix lagged Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, and YouTube's throttle in the face of the franchise. All right, let's pretend Tet McMillan goes 8. Let's pretend Tet goes 8. Do the Saints have to take Walker? Or do they take Tyler Warren? Look at Mel. Mel's best available. Shedeur Sanders. Mel, wake up. Will Johnson, wake up, Mel. What's Will Johnson's over-under? 18.5? I mean, Shedeur Sanders' over-under is like 25.5. And Mel's got him top of the big board. It's just sickening. All right. Come on, let's get to the Panthers pick. Come on. I guess we're hoping for Tet McMillan here. Here we go. This really doesn't affect us too much. Tetero McMillan. Damn, the Panthers didn't go defense. That is nuts. Okay, that's okay for the Saints. Here we go. Here we go. Please be Tyler Warren. Please be Tyler Warren. Here we go. Back 40, $2. If we take Booker, we got some animal on animal violence. Here we go. I'm nervous. Y'all nervous? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we saying? What are we saying? Bro, get Warren. Just paid Young. Warren. Let's go, Warren. Walker or Warren, and I'm happy. Yeah, same. Walker or Warren, and I'm... No, not Walker. Williams. Michael Williams or Warren, and I'm living. If it's Tyler Warren, I'm going out of control. Come on. What are we thinking? $3 from Girthquake. Let's go, boys. Who dat? Here's the moment. This is it. Pick is in. Here we go. Pick is in. What are we thinking? I'm going to try and... I mean, it's got to be Walker, Warren. I mean, I'd be shocked. Walker, Warren, or Banks, I would think. One of those. And then if we don't go Warren, I think Chicago goes Warren. Come on, Warren. Warren or Williams, and I'm absolutely rolling. Warren would be sweet. It will not be Sanders. I can promise you that. Oh, man. I'm nervous, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big moment. Top 10 pick, the first pick of Kellen Moore's era. I'm trying to not look at the chat so that I don't get spoiled. I'm actively trying not to get spoiled here so I can give you a live reaction, probably lagged out of my mind via YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. It says stream health is excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all getting a excellent stream right now? Because apparently it is excellent streamage. Come on. Get Mickey on stage. Send Mickey out on stage on a bicycle. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be over 2,000 viewers for the Saints pick. Over 2,000 live viewers, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get applause in the chat for 2,000 viewers? Unbelievable. All right. I'm thinking it's got to be Jalen Walker or Tyler Warren. It's got to be one of those two. Or I guess maybe Banks. Those are my three. Warren, Walker, or Banks. Because I don't think they ever expected Banks I don't think they ever expected Walker to be there. I don't think they ever thought Jalen Walker would be on the board. I thought the Saints thought, I think the Saints thought, Wayne, $10 dropped on my doorstep. I appreciate that, my man. Wayne, hit the doorbell, dropped the $10, sprinting down the road. Barely even saw him. Thank you, Wayne, for the $10 on the super chat. Much appreciated. So I think if this whole time the Saints probably were thinking, okay, Jalen Walker is not going to be there. The Panthers are going to take him, whatever. And now they're like, well, fills the need. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm not reading chat. I'm trying not to get spoiled. I know some Twitter people are dropping spoilers. So I don't want this to be spoiled. I want this to be as organic and raw as possible. Pause. Look at the boardroom. We got Gail. We got Kai. Mickey's back there chewing the gum. Why am I not in there? We got Jeffy. Where's Kellen? I don't see him. There he is. Kellen front and center. Where's Brandon Staley? He's probably watching film. Oh, there's Staley. Bald as hell. He shaved even more hair off. Look at Staley to the right. Jesus. Okay. Yep. 20. We did it. 2,100 viewers plus. Thank you for everyone that's made this happen. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Tyler Warren or Michael Williams, please. Here we go. Kelvin Banks. Damn. Kelvin Banks. Okay. I did have a slice of Kelvin Banks. I did have a slice of Banks at 9. Kelvin Banks. Damn. That is crazy. Wow. Okay, let me get caught up in chat. Oh, man. Banks it was. I think it's underwhelming. Because of who else was on the board. I think when you're looking at what the Saints are trying to do and what Kellen Moore is trying to do, I think the pick makes sense, but it is not a sexy pick, for sure. I think when you look at Penning not getting his fifth-year option picked up, now the question is, do they move Banks or do they move Penning to guard? Do they play Banks at right tackle? Do they play Banks at left guard? What's their plan with him? So we're going to find that out just like with Talise Fuaga, where it's like, all right, do you play him on the right side? Do you play him on the left guard or left side? Do you shift Penning around? Like I said, I don't think it's sexy, but after what Kellen Moore just did in Philly, what he saw happen in Philly, what the Saints' needs are, I think it does make sense. But like I said, it's not sexy by any means. By any means. Now, so what is that? 11 straight seasons of taking an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman in the first round? Yeah, so now do the Saints trade back in? Okay, so remember, the Saints are a team that could trade back into the draft. We'll see. Wow. All right, let's read some chat. What do y'all think? Back 40, $1.99, Dufouk. Pinning is about to be a water boy. Wet fart in church of a pick. I'm starting to hate my own team. This better work. Banks is staying at tackle. I think Pinning goes inside. It's a good pick. Pinning is so bad, you guys know it. This was a wasted pick. Banks is staying at tackle. Pinning goes inside. Rocking with Rattler. I think we got to wait on that. I think they could trade back up for Dart. Was not expecting that. Jalen Walker was right there. What? True, but Walker. Todd. Okay, I'm going to give Todd the floor in the chat. Todd, go ahead and type up the thesis of why Jalen Walker is probably not the 9th overall pick. Because I've seen a lot of anti-Walker stuff with Havoc rating, things like that. So, and I know Todd's been on that as well. But I don't know if Walker... I had some reservations about Walker. TBH. No team took a quarterback yet. Well, besides the first overall pick, of course. Neon Shadow. They might take the Dolphins pick to trade up for Warren or Dart. All right, so now we're at the Bears. I think the Bears have to be taking Tyler Warren here. Hell of a job tonight, bro, with the live chat, and we're not even close to being done. Banks is cool, but boring pick. James, who plays left and who plays right? Fuaga's not moving. So Fuaga is for sure. McCoy's for sure. I think Cesar's for sure. So I think they might try pinning out at guard. Unless Banks can... I mean, I gotta dig into it. But unless Banks is like... Yeah, he can be our left guard, but I would think they're going to try Banks on the right, move Pinning inside, give Pinning a prove-it kind of year because we're not picking up his option. If he can play guard, cool. If not, figure it out. But we have our tackles, you would think. This has got to be Tyler Warren. No, Mongo. Yeah, R.I.P. Mongo McMichaels. R.I.P. So are we tanking? 2,400 viewers, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think this pick says we're tanking. No. I'm a bit disappointed. It is a boring pick, no doubt, but I don't think it's a bad pick. And we have a lot left of the draft, okay? If we end up with, Aiyana Moore, the wide receiver out of Stanford, if we end up with Higgins, if we end up with Dart, if we end up with, Derek Harmon, like there's a lot of players that if we pick, they'll fill the gaps of the players that we did not take 9th. Pinning at tackle is not the answer. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so if Pinning was decent, we don't make that pick. True. Yeah. So I think if we move Pinning inside and look, if Banks works out and you've got your right tackle and your left tackle sorted for the next 8-10 years, you can't argue with that. That's all right, this has got to be Tyler Warren. Colston Loveland. Damn. Colston Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren would have paid. Damn. Wow. Wow. Loveland before Warren would have paid. Wow. Now that right there, ladies and gentlemen, who would you rather be right now? Would you rather be a Saints fan or a Bears fan? I bet the Bears are looking around like, what the hell just happened? Damn. Woo. Woo. Wow. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't Penning totally serviceable for the majority of last season? He didn't stand out, but he was getting it done. Penning was protected with the scheme. Penning was really good when it came to run blocking. He was still horrible when it came to pass protection. He is a good run blocker. He is a mauler, and maybe he can survive on the inside, but the scheme helped him out a lot. Loveland's a beast. Yeah, Loveland's awesome, but this is big nuts right here. Yeah, I told you Loveland. You did. That was a hell of a call. Loveland going ahead of Warren. Loveland being the first tight end taken would have paid pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. Jacob Stanford has super chatted $2. Fuaga at right tackle, Penning at guard, Banks at left tackle. Nasty work. I don't think you move Fuaga. I think Fuaga was. I don't think you move Fuaga again. I think Fuaga is like your known entity. I think Fuaga is like, all right, you know what he is. You know he's there. Keep him at left tackle. Move Banks to the right. I mean, I guess if Banks can't, if for some reason Banks just cannot figure out right tackle, then maybe you move Fuaga back. But why not Shador? Shador is falling big time. Big time. Penning wasn't horrible. Literally everyone has reported that Saints don't want to move Penning inside. Well, then they plan on moving Banks inside. Someone's moving. Someone's moving inside, and it ain't me. Banks is not an NFL tackle. He is the left guard. Penning is the right tackle. Might be. But regardless, we see the plan, all right? Yeah, the Niners can go in a bunch of different directions here. The Niners need everything. They could do a lot. They could do a lot right here. I mean, this could be Walter Nolan. This could be Jalen Walker. This could be Tyler Warren. I mean, who knows with San Fran. As many first-round linemen as we have, our O-line should be solid. True. Fuaga, way better than Banks. Do you think this was a Loomis or Moore decision? I would think Moore had quite the say, for sure. Let's see here. Fuaga can play everywhere. Yeah, Fuaga was a right tackle. I think they go yeah, I mean, that's true, Aaron. Like, the Kittle contracts do probably play into this. That is true. Good point. Saint O. Super chatted $1.99. Salute the face of the franchise and the cookout. Always appreciate the invite, my man. Let's trade back into the first. They could. Saints could trade back into the first. That's why this draft is so interesting. You got to kind of keep your eyes on it. Are we going with Rattler? See, that's what I'm saying. We don't know. We may take Jackson Dart in the next 10 picks. So you got to keep your eyes and ears open. I am kind of surprised. Like, if you're Indianapolis, I think Indianapolis is a team where they're looking around going, oh my God, can we get Tyler Warren? So Indy could absolutely be moving around here. Dallas, I would think, is Matthew Golden territory. The Falcons would be looking at like some combination of Mike Green or some edge player. Cincy, I'm sure, is an edge. Shamar Stewart, maybe, somewhere in there. Man, this would be insane. They're talking about... Okay, so let's look at this. So you got Brock Purdy. I don't think San Francisco is going to take Shedeur Sanders. Indy, maybe, but I think they go Warren. They go somewhere else. And yeah, then you go to Pittsburgh at 21. And then after Pittsburgh, there's not a lot of landing spots either. Dallas could get Warren. Dallas, yeah. Warren would be sweet with that. Well, they have Ferguson. Cowboys, yeah, Dak's sweet. Sanders will be, Johnson, cornerback, Michigan. Let's see here. We have another announcement. What's going on in the draft? Higgins would be great. Yeah, Higgins would be great. Go look what Cam just tweeted. Cam Jordan, the boy. Whoa, knew it. First round ain't over. Whoa. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. Hold the fort. Hold the fort. Hold the fort. I would have rather taken Dart over Banks, and I hated the idea of Dart at 9. Well, what if we get Dart in a trade back up? Malden. Appreciate you watching, my man. $20 for Malden. Skrmetta over McAfee. Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, is that the comment of the day? Skrmetta over McAfee? Let's get it in the chat. Let's get some Skrmetta greater than McAfee's in the chat. Is he doing a live stream or something? Here we go. San Fran goes. All right. Michael Williams makes sense. Yep, makes sense for them. Okay. Makes sense for San Fran. Fits them well. There we go. There we go. The Voodoo Guy, Super Chat, $5. The Saints did trade back in the first round to get Ingram, so getting back in to grab Dart is definitely possible. Absolutely. It is absolutely possible, ladies and gentlemen. The Saints do trade back in, get Jackson Dart. They leave the first round with Jackson Dart, Kelvin Banks. I'm not sleeping tonight. I got a pot of coffee on. Who knows the next time I sleep? Back 40, Super Chatted, $1.99. We ain't done in the first. Cam Jordan said it. We ain't done. Knew it. First round ain't over. Look, repost for me. Repost from the face of the franchise. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, we are sitting right now at 2,461 viewers. 2,461. 2,461 viewers. I gotta say thank you. I mean, that's unbelievable. Justin has super chatted $1. Boom. $4.99 from back 40. Skrmetta over everybody. Damn, I like that. 2.4K Andy. Unbelievable. Are you cool with the Banks pick? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think the Banks pick is, it's like when you're in the car and you're telling your parents, like, you know, I want McDonald's. I want McDonald's. And like, we got McDonald's at home. And when you get home, what are you getting served? steamed chicken breast and broccoli. On one hand, yeah, it's not McDonald's. It's not sexy. It's not fun. It's not yummy. It's not delicious. It doesn't come with a toy. On the other hand, it probably is a better meal for you. And you know what? Is steamed chicken and broccoli good? No, it's not good. But for you, for your health, longevity, it probably is good. So would I have rather just get delicious quarter pounder with cheese? Yes. But what the hell am I even talking about? E Prime Time, thank you for subscribing. Braden Stone, $1.99 super chat. Where were you when Tracy Porter got his pick 6? I was in college. University of Southern Mississippi. Okay, Tyler Booker to the Cowboys. Interesting. Tyler Booker, he was a rumor at number 9. Tyler Booker going 12 is higher than anyone had him going about 2 days ago. The Cowboys not going wide receiver. Apparently, they're not very high on Matthew Golden. I mean, you got a Texas wide receiver sitting there waiting for you, and you go Tyler Booker. Interesting. Now, see, if I'm a Cowboys fan, I would say this is a you don't want to see that. Because you're thinking, brother, we got CeeDee Lamb, we got let's try and figure things out on the offense. A guard? I mean, he is flying though. He is moving. I mean, he was moving down the hallway. That was impressive. Tyler Warren to the Colts. Yeah, the Colts are loving life right now. I'll tell you this. Tyler Warren to the Colts is, you can go ahead and lock that in. Like, that might be the most lock it in of all time. Would be Tyler Warren to the Colts. Let's see here. I'm looking around. Yeah, so it looks like all of the books have taken everything off. I don't know. DraftKings, you can live bet. Number 16 picks up 17. They don't have anything earlier though. Subjective Perspective Collective. What a name. Damn, that is a sweet name. That is awesome. Super chatted, $2. More people here than a Pelicans game in April. Damn. Oh, that was from Kenneth. That was from Kenneth Poor. My apologies. Kenneth Poor, $2. More people here than a Pelicans game in April. Subjective Perspective Collective, $2. Keep killing it, brother. Who dat? Cha-ching. Tyler Warren is not Brock Bowers. No, totally different player. Tyler Warren is closer to George Kittle than Brock Bowers. Totally different player. We might have went Booker if Banks didn't fall. Glad he did. Gerald Jenkins, $5. Or Jarrell. Sorry if one of those two have to be right. How about Jalen Walker still on the board, huh? Dolphins could go a bunch of different directions. Could go DB here. But there's a lot of good players available for them. Tyler Warren is a better blocker. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Tyler Warren is a legitimate tight end. He's a legit, stick on the offensive line. I mean, 6'6", 260. Carr sitting outside the stadium watching the draft on his phone in the Rolls-Royce Spectre. Walker's work ethic was a thing that was coming out past few weeks. Please don't trade with Sean. We don't need to help him out. Bro, the Falcons going to scoop Tyler Warren? No. They got to take a defensive player. And the Colts are going to take Tyler Warren. There goes any chance of hope for the season. Hold on, Timothy. Hold on. Timothy, relax. We got 6 rounds left. We've got 8 picks left. We've got potentially trade ups, Jackson Dart, Jaden Higgins. We got a lot of options. Falcons going Mike Green. Yeah, I think the Falcons go like Mike Green, Shamar Stewart. I mean, Jalen Walker if he's there, but Walter Nolan, players like that. Ben, $1.99 to the top. Were you there with Fletcher? Yes, can't catch Fletch. Yeah. Yeah. Damian, can't catch Fletch is the man. Damian's awesome. Good dude. $1.99 from Back 40. Am I the only one that wants Scattaboo? I like Scattaboo. I just think he's going to cost a little too much. I'd rather like Quinshon Judkins later on or someone like that. Everyone is so doom and gloom. Banks is a smart pick. Our offensive line should be much better. Banks is fine. Like, Banks is a good pick. Banks is a safe pick. Is it a sexy pick? No, it's not a sexy pick. But it is what it is. Why would the Falcons take Tyler Warren when they have Kyle Pitts, Keck W, Lulz, Omega Lulz? Yeah, they have Kyle Pitts. Why would they need Tyler Warren? Maybe the Falcons will take Jackson Dart. Or they'll take Shedeur Sanders. God, man, the Falcons are just so embarrassing. So embarrassing. I do not want the Falcons to take Jalen Walker. Remember, y'all remember whenever people said the Falcons are going to win the NFC because they had Matthew Judon? Oh, man. Oh, my God. That was the best. Let's see. Moore did say he believes football is one at the line. Yeah, I mean, they also like Loomis in his interview did say that him and Kellen Moore both see team building from the inside out. So I mean, like all that's kind of like, okay, I understand now. 2,600 viewers, ladies and gentlemen. We just reached the new high score. 2,611 viewers. Bucks 2.6K. Andy in the chat, please. All right, here we go. Brandon Adkins, super chatted $1.99. Willie Green was in the Saints war room. Was he? God, that's embarrassing. Shrey, super chatted $4.99. No message. Just dropped it down, put it on the desk in a manila envelope, slid it to me, didn't say a word. I appreciate that. Calm, but confident. Very nice. Drinking my protein shake while watching the show. What a Thursday night. How much creatine's in the protein shake? The answer, not enough. I hope we're not one and done. Sounds like me on spring break. I hope we're not one and done in the first round. Never mind about the spring break thing. I misread the chat. Delete the VOD, Bucks. Saints drafted Banks from Texas due to Trevor Penning not getting fifth-year option. Depends on how you look at the fifth-year option thing. You know, maybe they move Penning around, say, hey, man, try and figure out a guard. If you figure out a guard, we'll work out an extension. If you don't, then put an egg in your shoe and beat it. Who knows? We'll find all that out soon enough. Man, you got to be kidding me taking this bum at 9 over Shredder Sanders. Man, first time I've heard Shredder Sanders. That's pretty. All right. What do I think about Milroe? Milroe's a project, man. I just don't think we have the time or the situation to have a project. Do I think the Saints will jump back into the first round? I do. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I'm going to say yes. I think they do trade back in to get Jackson Dart. I loved watching your show, but I know stepping away with any sports dealing with the Saints or Louisiana. Johnny Barron? Kenneth Grant. Okay. So Kenneth Grant I mocked to the Saints a long time ago. Literally probably 2 months ago. Grant's good. Grant's a stud. Kind of surprising he went over Walter Nolan with all the hype we heard about Nolan. But, you know. Let's see. Super chat, Samuel Robinson, $9.99. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. Bryce Jones. Let's get some handshakes, high fives, in the chat for Bryce Jones. $50, ladies and gentlemen. $50. O-line getting beefy. Trenches got to be first. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Handshakes and high fives in the chat. Thank you very much, Bryce. $50. Unbelievable. Up the Bryce Jones. Big ups. Bless up. And then Samuel Robinson dropped that $10 off. Much appreciated, my friend. Who goes first, Walker or Campbell? Good question. I think Walker's got to go first, but Jod Campbell, from what I've seen, is mocked to the Bucs. It sounds like the Bucs are in love with Jod Campbell. So that's kind of his floor, I think. Bryce Jones spinning that FanDuel win on the chat. Yeah, the Colts are taking... I mean, this is the most, like... The Colts are the happiest team in the world. If you could live bet the Colts right now, I mean, it should be $2 million. I mean, it should be minus $2 million. The Colts are absolutely thrilled that they can get Tyler Warren. This is absolutely Tyler Warren. Jod is also recovering from labrum injury. He'll slide. The only reason Jod Campbell's here is because of the injury. If it wasn't for the injury, he goes top 10. I think Jod Campbell. I was on ESPN in Lafayette, and I said Jod Campbell is who the Saints want, but the injury and all that, like, because he's going to miss at least, I would think, half the season. So, you know. But Jod Campbell's a stud. What would you do for $1K in Super Chat? I don't even want to know. Shrey, $1.99. How are y'all mad at locking in our future tackles? True. Samuel Robinson, $1.99. What do you think about Milroe? I think Milroe's a project. I think him and DeBoer had an issue at Alabama, which probably limited his development a little bit. But, yeah, this hombre on the right, wake him up. Wake this hombre up on the right at Tyler Warren's place. Jesus, get this man a cup of coffee. Good Lord. You're on TV, sir. My man's nodding off. My man's acting like he's watching Dateline. Yeah, I mean, the Colts are thrilled here. I think the Falcons have to go. They're definitely going defense. Question is, do they go Walker? Do they go Nolan? Where do you go? Let's see. Tyler Warren was locked in. Saints may be the only team that did not get better. The Saints absolutely got better. Let's all relax. Saints got better. Let's all relax here. Colts got their new Dallas Clark. Oh, he's different, man. He's like a combination physically. I'm not saying he's going to be like this, but he's like if you combined Gronk with George Kittle, where he's athletic enough to do what Gronk did, but he's physical enough to do the dirty work like Kittle. I mean, a couple of years ago, Kittle was basically an offensive lineman. Let's see here. Who could the Saints move up in the first and pick that would not be a quarterback? Good question. I got to think about that. As the board goes, well, we could probably figure that out more. But it'd be hard to imagine they move up and they don't take a quarterback. Saying the Saints didn't get better is wild. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it's boring, but, you know. All right. Getting caught up in chat. Oh. Angel. Oh, wait. Back 40. 199. Falcons going for Barron. Jade? I would think they're going to go linebacker or defensive line, but possible. Angel. super chatted $9. Sending this so you can buy a hot dog this year, please. No condiments, Angel. You don't got to tell me. There won't be a condiment in sight. I promise you that. Samuel, back at it. $1.99. Sanders or Dart, which is the better prospect? I would probably take Dart, but I would also leave it up to Kellen Moore, who I trust and love like a brother. If Kellen Moore told me, hey, man, Kyle McCord's better than both of them, I would say, okay, sure, whatever. Take Kyle McCord. So I gotta trust Kellen with that one. I do understand why some people are frustrated. We always be taking O-line or D-line. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. I totally understand why you would look at the pick and be like, wetfart.gif. I can absolutely understand why you'd say, like, another lineman, like, this is boring, like, this is whatever. All that is okay. I'm with you. All right? But like I said, it is one of those things where you see the pick and it's like, okay. You know, you can't be mad if you're shoring up your tackle spots for the next however many years. You know, okay. Again, it's not sexy. It's getting toiletries for Christmas, where it's like, do you want toiletries for Christmas? No. But you're going to use them. It's always good to have them. It's probably better you got that than the latest Lego set. Why are you playing with Legos? You know what I mean? Quit doing that. Honestly, I'm okay with it. We missed on pinning, so we needed to try again. It's boring till AK hitting them holes. Pause. That's what got Shannon Sharp in trouble. Firing at 8:45. God bless. We're getting Golden. Matthew Golden would be sweet. Let's see. $2. Boom. Cameron Adams. I like the pick. Our O-line sucked. Pinning is fried. Is that a haiku? I'm not totally sure, but I like the message. You can have all the linemen in the world. If you don't have a QB, you are not winning. That part's true. That part is true. That part is true. So the question is, do we go Dart? Do we go Rat Daddy? Why not trade down, though? It takes two. You got to have someone that wants to trade up in order for you to trade down. No, the Giants have better trade up to get Dart. We'll see. O-line is the only reason for that 2-0 start. What do you think Cam Jordan knows? It is interesting that Cam Jordan said that. It really is. Higgins would be good. Higgins would be good. He is awesome. He is absolutely sweet. Why should we have faith that this lineman will work if the past few haven't? Well, I would argue that the last one worked. Talise Fuaga is sweet. So, if you look at Trevor Penning, yes. You know, I talked about this in a video. So, like, there's a lot of PTSD with Saints fans where they hold on to, like, certain picks. But, like, for example, when the Eagles drafted Devontae Smith, do you think people were like, oh, my God, this is Jalen Reagor all over again. Jesus Christ, Howie Roseman, what are you doing? Or do you think they were just like, all right, you know, a bust happened. Like, you just got to kind of keep swinging. Like, the picks aren't correlated. Like, it's not, you know. That's how I feel like with Penning and some of the stuff with the Saints. Like, you're going to have busts. You got to just keep swinging. You know, like, just like the Falcons. The Falcons busted on Kyle Pitts. If they would have taken Tyler Warren, would we have all been like, man, I can't believe the Falcons are going to bust another tight end? You know, it's like, you just got to kind of let it live in a vacuum and keep it going. You know what I mean? Smith won the Heisman. They were excited. Yeah, right. I know, but I'm saying like, because it was a wide receiver, Philadelphia just busted on Jalen Reagor, who they took over Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? Busted on Kyle Pitts. Pause. Yeah, that was insane. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy, guys. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what got into me. I don't know. I'm probably gonna get demonetized after that. That's on me. Okay. I apologize for the reference, just an insane. I know a lot of y'all watch this in the living room with your families. You know, just a despicable line of phrase there. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's take a look at what Cam Jordan said. Cam Jordan said, "Knew it. First round ain't over." Which got a retweet from the superstar. Knew it. First round ain't over. That's what he said. That's what he said, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons pick is in. Is it Jalen Milroe? Kyle Pitts has the talent? No, he does not. Kyle Pitts sucks. Just like, I mean, just like, you know, the fresh pot of coffee got my boy James on freak time. Cam Jordan also said we were going to the Super Bowl last year. True. That part is true. I don't really think Pitts is bad. I actually think Falcons suck at using him. Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to think he might be bad. Back 40, $1.99. Rattler greater than Dart. I said what I said. You need a quarterback. Stop lying to the people. Horrible pick. I don't think a quarterback was available for you at 9. And if you say Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders, you can still get him. The draft is not over. We got a lot of time left, ladies and gentlemen. Is Igbuka worth trading up for? I think Igbuka is awesome. Igbuka is sweet. I don't think he fits what the Saints want to do, but he is awesome. All right, the Falcons take... Yeah, Jalen Walker. Yeah, we saw it coming. Pause, a million miles away. I mean, all right. Again, I'll tell you this. Y'all can do the work. Go check it out on Twitter, or I might do a video about it. Jalen Walker has a lot of question marks when it comes to the Havoc rating and some of those numbers. Like how much stock you put into it. You got to dig a little deeper, but I don't know if Jalen Walker is as good as we think he is. I think at 15 is fine, but as we got closer to the Saints pick, as we got closer to draft day, the more I was seeing with Jalen Walker, the more I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about him at 8. Walker 6'1", that ain't good. Yeah, he's got a lot of questionable, like the measurables are questionable. Like I said, the Havoc rating is questionable. Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of people saying he was like, I don't think he's natural like off the edge like that. Which people are like saying he's going to be great off the edge. He's going to get all these sacks. Like I don't know if that's what. I don't know if that's how it's going to translate. Kelvin Banksworth first Walker for years to come. True. We'll find out real quick. Igbuka is way tougher than Olave. James, nobody else needs a quarterback. The Walker, there was one sack with Walker. So I watched one of these. This one right here. It's this one. It's right there. Banks owns Walker. Banks owns Walker there, but Ewers holds onto the ball way too long. That was the play I saw earlier. That play is exactly why sacks should be a quarterback stat. That sack that you just saw right there was 100% on Quinn Ewers. Banks held Walker off for like 3 seconds right there. Let's see here. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a new record, 2,669 viewers. Beautiful stuff. Viewers is trash. Yeah, I agree. Look at your Banks pick getting roasted by Georgia. Ricky, I just explained it. Ricky. Slick Rick. I just explained it. I wonder if the Saints wanted to take McMillan, but he got taken a pick ahead of us, so Banks was their highest rated on the board. Possible. When do you think we will trade up? I would say the number you got to look at is 20. 20 is when the trade ups, like when the window is open. That's when the window's open. 20. Because Pittsburgh's at 21, you would think there might be in the market for a quarterback. Also, wouldn't be surprised if they got involved like Walter Nolan or someone like that. So 20 is your first destination. Any move the Saints could have made that wouldn't have upset some fans? No. I think Saints trade with Denver since there is chemistry there. I just feel like they have been giving Brandon Staley everything he wants and not Kellen Moore. Well, Kelvin Banks is going to be a Kellen Moore utilized player, so. $1.99, Dylan. James, with this many people, merch is needed. Man, you ain't lying. I have 3 different projects in the work for merch right now, and I got a high level graphical designer who I am delaying, but once I get him the specs, we're going to get some merch going. We are absolutely going to have merch before the season. I just got to get it going. That's on me. Will Johnson for the Cardinals, Bucks, or for the Seahawks? Are you 2 picks ahead, Bucks? Would you be upset if we don't take a quarterback this draft? I wouldn't be upset, but I do think we need a quarterback. I do think we need one. We only have 2. You know, like we only have really we only have 1. Because I think we all know his future is in at State Farm. But I mean, we really only have Rattler. Because we also know that Derek Carr ain't leaving California. So we have to fill the roster. Like I saw somebody in my comments today or yesterday that was like, cut Rattler. Brother, we got to fill the roster. You can't not have players, like you got to have people under contract. So, I mean, you know, I'm just here to support the face of the franchise. My guy is on another level. All right, never mind. There goes Walter Nolan. Hell of a player. Yeah, I think Pittsburgh would have ran to the podium for Nolan. Trade back into the first, give them Hainer in the 7th. Yeah, Carr has cars to review. Yeah, Carr's busy. They love Kevin. I have a crazy take. I believe Sean Payton is the reason why the Saints have drafted the way they have in the past, not on Mickey. So there was a video that came out that explained the Saints drafting process, and you're actually correct here. Sean Payton had like 90 to 95% control, apparently, over the draft. So I agree. Like and that's good and bad because we had some incredible draft classes. We had some bad picks, but it seems like it was way more on Payton. Payton basically said who we were drafting, and that's who we drafted. So you're right. Like, yeah, I mean, Mickey, but again, it's for better or for worse because, you know, you can't give the good classes to Mickey and the bad classes to Peyton. You can't give the good classes to Peyton, the bad classes to Mickey. So I agree with you. I think a lot of the picks that people reference seem like they were Sean Payton picks. So, you know, take it for what it's worth. But James, thanks for doing this. I love your coverage. Best case, go with Rattler, sign a veteran, don't burn a high pick on quarterback. Rattler can be a beast. If the Steelers pick Sanders, do we have competition for Dart? Yes. So the Giants want Dart bad. The Giants are our competition for Dart. That's the who we have to try and, if we really do want Jackson Dart, that's who we have to be cognizant of moving ahead of the Giants. I think the Saints are going to have to jump the Rams if the Steelers take Sanders to draft Dart. Rams are in play. My thing with the Rams, though, it's like the Rams are kind of in a Super Bowl window. So the Rams kind of should be trying to win. Not like retool after, but it is McVay. Like maybe he does. I mean, you never know. So are admitting that Sean Payton was at fault for not getting Breeze's replacement. I don't think Sean Payton was ever interested in a rebuild, and I think he knew he was out of there. Be making a deal with the Broncos to move back in. That would be interesting. $1.99 from Back 40. People need to stop sleeping on Rattler. If we get Dart, is he starting or is it a competition? I think if we get Dart, it'll be a competition, but he's got the keys, especially if we take him in the first round. If we take him in the first round, I think you sit Dart, let him compete with Rattler. I think you see how it goes. If Rattler plays good enough, you probably let him go for a little bit until you have to go to Dart. Best case scenario, Rattler plays good all year, and then you go to Dart, trade Rattler. A lot of options there, but I think if we do take Dart, I think he's initially into a competition. I don't think it's like, okay, you're immediately playing Rattler immediately as a backup. Peyton is on record saying he wanted to draft Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Jalen Hurts. Yeah. I wonder how much of that is hindsight, though. Tom McShay just said Kelvin Banks will play guard. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a lot of speculation. I mean, the same thing last year with Fuaga where it's like, is he going to play right? Is he going to play left? What's he going to do? What do you do with pinning? You move him to guard? So I would assume they're going to try everything with Banks. They're going to try Banks at tackle. They're going to try him at guard. They're going to see what fits. So that'll be one of those things that we see play out throughout training camp and, So, but they absolutely are going to try and move him around and see what works. Let's see. Actually, Sean was trying to take Mahomes in 2017, but Chiefs jumped in front. I really don't think anyone is at fault. It's more of the way stuff happened. So I was having a conversation about that today. And, my question with that is, let's say you do take Mahomes, right? You never bench Breeze. So Mahomes sits. But, how, that's the butterfly effect. You just never know how that plays out. You never know, it's just too easy to look hindsight like that and be like, of course you draft Mahomes there. But, I don't know. Those are the kind of things you just got to kind of chalk up to the game. Same with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, I always reference this, but the Ravens passed up on Lamar Jackson. The Ravens loved Lamar Jackson, but said, we love Hayden Hurst more. They said, we want to make sure we get Hayden Hurst. We will risk losing Lamar Jackson as long as we get Hayden Hurst. So it's you can't look at those things from the hindsight thing. It gets dangerous doing that. Let's see. Wasn't Ramczyk a first round pick as well? Let's see. We just established Sean Payton controlled the draft. Yeah. How do you feel about Banks? I think it's fine. I think the pick is unsexy, but fine. I think it's the same as Fuaga, honestly. Last year when they drafted Fuaga, I was like, boring pick, but makes sense. Fits for the scheme. Okay. And it's hard to argue with it's hard to argue with a tackle. If you're going to get a tackle for 8 years, okay. Hard to argue with that. It's absolutely boring. Absolutely. But Bengals with Shamar Stewart. I said that an hour ago. Called that one. What grade you'll give the pick? I also don't like grades immediately after because you don't know anything about the players. You know what I mean? We don't know anything yet. Like the infamous draft grade was Mel Kiper. I think it was after the Seahawks draft with Russell Wilson. It's like the greatest draft class in Seahawks history, the greatest draft class in one of the greatest draft classes in NFL history, and they gave it like a D plus, maybe even an F. And they Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor, Russell. It was an insane draft class, and it got either a D minus or an F. And so you can't really grade them until a couple years later. Kind of the same thing with like Josh Allen. Josh Allen was absolutely ass for the first couple years of his career. So if you grade that, it's F grade, F grade, F grade, and then all of a sudden it's like, oop, A plus. So you gotta be careful with the draft grades immediately after as well. He will not play guard. You don't draft a guard at 9. The Patriots drafted a guard at 4? Question mark. Yeah, B minus. Is Hendrickson out of Cincinnati? They got to move some stuff around. Crafty might be able to answer. I think they have the money for Hendrickson. I think they have it. I did a video on this. I have to go back and I think they have it, but they have to do some, because the Higgins contract is weird. Like the Higgins contract is actually a 1-year deal or something. Yeah, the Seahawks could absolutely go wide receiver here. Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got what? McMillan is the only wide receiver besides Travis Hunter. And there's no DBs, right? Pretty wild. Igbuka would be sweet too for the Seahawks. Shamar Stewart has 3 more sacks than I do. Ladies and gentlemen, we just set a new record. 2,714 viewers. Thank you very much for everybody making tonight as successful as it is. Let's see. The offensive tackle pick will make Carr not have to have surgery. You know what's funny about the Carr thing? A lot of people are like, this is something I saw in one of my comments. Said it was like, why, like talking about when the Saints knew about the Carr injury and all that stuff. And people were like, he hurt it in Green Bay. He's been playing. The Saints knew this. We did not hear much about this injury when we were 2-0. You know what I mean? Like, it is like, well, if he hurt it in, when exactly did he hurt it? Like, the injury stuff with Carr is just out of control. It's like, oh, he hurt it with the Raiders. Oh, he hurt it in Green Bay. It's like, well, when? And when did it get so severe all of a sudden? Let's see. Back 40, $4.99. Lamar was taken 32nd overall. Hurts was 53rd. Brady, $1.99. Position don't always matter. True. Carr apparently hurt his shoulder versus the Giants, according to his brother. Again, if that's the case, you would think he would have had surgery at the end of last year. That's exactly the same, where it's like, okay, if he hurts it against the Giants, then why wouldn't he have had surgery when the offseason begins? I don't know. Carr will be ready for week 1. I agree with that. I think Derek Carr will be ready week 1, but it will not be for the Saints. Samuel Robinson, $1.99. You deserve the success, bro. Stay on your shit. All right, Seahawks. Got to be Igbuka, right? Igbuka or Golden? Oh, wow. The North Dakota State center? Our guard? Wow. Bucks. Someone check on Bucks in the chat. Jesus. I mean, the Seahawks absolutely do need interior offensive line. Settlers of Catan to the right, shout out. Pierre, South Dakota. Okay, the Seahawks absolutely do need interior offensive line. All right. They did just give Sam Darnold, or they did just acquire Sam Darnold. This is a let's protect our asset that we just got. That's all this is. Question is, when you're drafting somebody from North Dakota State, can they make the jump from playing against that level of competition to the NFL? Very difficult to do. You don't even know if this guy could succeed in the SEC, you know what I mean, or the Big 10, or the Big 12. And now he's got to go from North Dakota State all the way to the NFL. This is a pick right here where for the Seahawks, very similar to the Saints, where it's like, is this a sexy pick? No, this is not a sexy pick. Is it probably the right pick? Probably. You know, their pass protection's horrific. Their inside offensive line play, horrific. But you get a North Dakota State lineman, hard to be excited about that one. So it's very similar to the Saints pick. Very similar. Makes sense. Pseudo questionable. But what are you going to do? All right. I'll go ahead and give y'all this one. This is going to be Jihad Campbell. I'll go ahead and give y'all this one. He was destroying SEC players at the Senior Bowl. I don't put too much in the Senior Bowl. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. I'm going to say Jihad Campbell here. He is injured. I know, which is why he slid to 19. I don't know if y'all are watching this commercial I'm watching, but this is getting a lot of control. Zabel is great. He might be. So many people are falling. I'd rather see him playing for Super Bowls than for Reese's. We need Gail to sell the team because she is a trash owner and she needs to take Mickey with her. I think it's very overrated when people expect their owners to do anything when it comes to the team. If you look at some of the most successful teams in the NFL, who are their owners? You probably have no idea. The question is, how involved are the owners? You would probably say not involved at all. So as long as the owner is financing the team, as long as they are providing the resources to the team, I think that's all you can ask the owner to do. Noah Bacon, Super Chat at $4.99. Here's to the selling of the team. I think we're okay, guys. I think we're okay. We've got a lot of draft left. I missed it. What was your reaction to the Saints pick? I thought it was a boring pick. I thought it was a safe pick. I thought it was certainly not going to sell tickets. You know, it's not like Kelvin Banks jerseys aren't going to go flying off the shelves, but I think it's an okay pick. I think it's okay. I think it's good. It's safe. It makes us better. You know, if you're shoring up the offensive line, with a young offensive line, good offensive line, it's hard to argue with that. You know, Kellen Moore has already said he wants to build from the inside out. Mickey Loomis wants to build from the inside out. We saw what Philadelphia did in the Super Bowl. Hard to argue with that logic, right? Is it sexy? No. But, you know. Let's see here. I'd love a new owner. Here's my question. What would you want the new owner to do? Like what? That's my thing. What exactly do you want the owner to do? Like what would you consider? Who would you consider a good owner? What? Give me an example of a team that you're like, that's the kind of team owner I want. It was a mad pick. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's see here. I'm guessing them declining Penning's rookie option was some foreshadowing. It definitely led to it, for sure. Eagles owner? That's a good example. It's like Jeffrey Lurie is the Eagles owner, but what do you think Jeffrey Lurie is doing? Like, they have Howie Roseman. I would assume Jeffrey Lurie is doing very little. Very little. Yeah, I could only think about the Eagles owner. Exactly. It's like, what, because he just won a Super Bowl? It's like, what actually is he doing? You know, like 2 years ago, they had Matt Patricia as the DC, Nick Sirianni's on the hot seat, get blown out by the Bucks. Like, you know, there's a lot of. I think the owner thing is incredibly overrated. Incredibly. Putting a GM in a position to win. A GM is important, for sure. For sure. But that sounds like you want a new GM. Moonfish nailed it with this one. We want to be the Eagles. Also, why do we just take a tackle? Yeah, it's like it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny when it's like, all right, what owner do you want? We want to be like the Eagles. And all the Eagles do is take defensive linemen and offensive linemen. That's all they do. That's literally like they just like the Eagles ownership and the roster building is exactly what the Saints are being lambasted for. Ooh, Igbuka. Wow, that's a surprise pick there. Very surprising pick. Very surprising. I mean, now see, that's a sexy pick. That's a sexy pick. Very surprising. Very surprising right there. All right, we have reached the trade up world. We have reached the do you trade up. We are now in the trade up realm here where I'm not saying at 20, but now you got to start making moves. Look at Primetime's tweet. Oh. Coach Prime turned into a hater. Hate to see it, man. This? Yeah, I think the Godwin injury. Yeah, this is absolutely foreshadowing for Chris Godwin, is what this is. Yeah, Godwin must be done in Tampa. Yeah. This right here is absolutely foreshadowing for Chris Godwin. Good pick for Tampa? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Godwin's destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a situation right here. Man, Todd Bowles with the insane body type. This is the pick right here where they did not expect him to be there, and he's there, and they said, you know what? BPA, baby. This was a BPA pick. This is BPA over need. And they looked at this and said, wait a minute, the Seahawks didn't take Igbuka? Let's take him. So that's how I see this pick. All right, now if Denver stays, I'll go ahead and give you all another free one. If Denver stays, they're going to Omarion Hampton. Now this is the trade though. Does New York come up? If New York comes up, it's to get Jackson Dart. Do the Saints come up? If so, it's to get Jackson Dart. So it's either Omarion Hampton here or they trade. All right, so let's see what happens. Now, Pittsburgh, do they go Shedeur Sanders? If Pittsburgh doesn't go Shedeur, he is falling out of the first round. Denver is definitely on the phone. Let me check. Do I have anything? Sean? No. Nope. Bad news, guys. Sean's didn't call me. Bad news. Bad news, fellas. Let's see. Sean? John? You have to outbid the Giants? True. Yeah, you gotta. It's us. As far as Dart goes, the way I look at it is it's us and the Giants. So if the Giants are calling, you better be calling with more. Shador to Steelers, and they'll get Aaron Rodgers for a 1 year. Sean said deuces. Our quarterbacks will be there at 40. I don't think they'll be there at 40 unless Shuck is the guy. If the question is, will our quarterback be there at like 33, 34, 32? Because that's probably the next area that you trade into. Funny thing, people keep bringing up the Eagles like they don't miss Justin Jefferson, anyone. Well, like the Eagles, that's what blows my mind. It's like, we want to be the Eagles. Okay, well then let Kellen build the Eagles. Like the Eagles build through the offensive line and the defensive line. They take defensive linemen. They have 1 million of them. You know what I mean? It's like, if you want that, you have to allow it to happen. You know? Like, if that's the way they're going to try and do it, that's what they got to do. Back $44.99 in Super Chat. Blaming the owner is like being pissed at the bank because you bought a lemon at the dealership. Yeah. That's strong. All right. If we don't draft a quarterback, does Carr's shoulder suddenly heal? I don't think so. I think Carr's shoulder suddenly heals if he gets moved to a different team. James, will you do a draft analysis on Kelvin Banks? Absolutely. Of course. Broncos, yeah. Matthew Golden. It's gonna be Omari and Hampton. It's got to be Omari and Hampton. Got to be. Yeah, the Saints are a good day two. The Saints are a good late round drafting team. I think when you look at some of their best, drafts, it's usually later on, like when they scoop up Hendrickson or when they find, whoever. I mean, wasn't McCoy a second round pick? Did you watch much Texas last year, James? Every game. Todd McShay's number 6 was Kelvin Banks. I mean, Banks was mocked to the Raiders all day today. All day the steam was on him. So, I mean, it's not like crazy that Banks went in the top 10. Yeah, McCoy, second rounder, yeah. Banks is a reach? I don't know. Like that's what I was saying. Banks was, like I said, all day he was supposed to go Raiders. Jahdae Barron. Wow. Jade Barron to the Broncos. Omarion Hampton hype, not real. Omarion Hampton. Will he even be drafted at this point? Wow. Wow. Was that Wee Man? Jade Barron's a stud. Jade Barron's awesome. I think he's way better than Will Johnson. Damn, the Broncos, like this is a wild pick. This is a wild pick. This is another BPA. I mean, Jade. Like, if you're the Broncos, though, all right. So let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about it. So if you're the Broncos are looking at this, and what are they thinking? Okay, the Broncos are thinking, this is your best player on the board. I can go ahead and tell you that. Highest rated player on the board. There's obviously a great discrepancy between where they had Barron and where they have Omarion Hampton. Then what's the next thought? All right. What's the next line of thinking? The next line of thinking is we play Patrick Mahomes. We play Justin Herbert. Like, we have to be able to stop the pass. Okay? So that's the next line of thinking. And that's how you end up on Jade Barron. VJ Vernon. $5 super chat for the Rolls-Royce Spectre down payment fund. Heard it's a fine-ass car. Love your takes. Keep up the excellent content. It's a very quiet car. Not great on performance. Very quiet car, though. Marcelo, super chat, $2. Where did you get that sweet polo? I think this might have been from, I think this one might have been from Marshall's. Shout out Marshall's. No, not Marshall's. Kohl's. Shout out Kohl's. I think this was a Kohl's Cash situation. Let's see here. This draft has been so unpredictable. Yes. That is a Mahomes in our division pick. Yes, it is. All right. Do the Steelers go Sanders? Do $1.99 from back 40. Steelers taking Sanders. Here you go. Here we go. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. Who is this? Oh, Jackson Dart. There he is. I was looking around trying to find the prospect. Jackson Dart's in the back. Was it a mimosa in his hand? Screwdriver? He's holding the phone, though. He's holding the phone. I don't think he goes Sanders. I don't think this is a Sanders pick. I just don't. I think that's just smoke. That is a we play in the AFC pick by the Broncos. Yeah. You don't buy that for performance? Yeah. No need to pick Hampton so high. This is a deep running back class. I agree. But the word on the street was that the Broncos spent as much time with Hampton as they did with Genty, which is why people thought, okay, well, they'll take Hampton. But I do agree. I mean, I think the draft is so deep at the running back position. Yeah, you could probably wait. So do the Saints go Sanders in the first or top of the second? I think they go Dart. I think the Saints and the Giants are battling for Dart. I do not think this is Sanders. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Derek Harmon. Hell of a pick. Hell of a pick. Great pick from the Steelers. I knew they weren't going to go Sanders. I knew it. That was a free one. That was a free one for you guys. That was a free one I just handed out. Where's my boy Edward? Eddie. That was a free one I just handed out. No Sanders. Don't worry about it. Harmon can play. Harmon is sweet. Harmon is sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, we just set a new record. 2,765 viewers. 2,765 viewers. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's a good pick. Harmon can play. Shador's going in the second round. Now it is now Jackson Dart time. No, Dart's going to go. I think Dart goes in the first round. I would be worried about Cleveland taking a quarterback ahead of us. Yeah, Cleveland and the Giants are sitting there, and they absolutely are in play for Sanders and Dart. So the question is, out of those three, how do you move up to take who you want? All right, the Chargers. Let's see. Where can I find? Where's the big board? Best available. This should be good. Will Johnson. Jim Harbaugh. Does he take Will Johnson? Matthew Golden. Chargers could use Matthew Golden. Let's see. Yeah, it could be Will Johnson here. Johnson, Golden. I can see that. I can see it. Where that? How do I get? Where was I? There we go. All right. But like I said, every single pick now, we are in trade up world. Every single pick, it's like trade is in or a trade came through or whatever. Hold on to your butts. Jihad could be a Packer. Yep. Packers also could be looking at a wide receiver. I am shocked the Steelers didn't take a quarterback. The Saints looked out. I tried to tell you. They weren't going to take one. Back $40.99. Who do we trade up with, though? Washington? Any of right? Like, if you look at all these teams in the back half of the first round, or not the back half, but where we're at in the first round now, they're all probably willing to trade. You know, they're all in that, like, yeah, they could make a move. They could stand to go back 5 or 6 picks. So I think any of these teams could move. Don't see the need to trade back into the first now, do you? Or am I missing someone? Yeah, you definitely, if you want Dart or Sanders, you have to trade back in because the Giants and Browns are ahead of you. So the Browns and Giants will take Dart and Sanders in the second round. So if you want one of them, you have to trade up. You have to get back into the first round. And it could be the Eagles, it could be any of those picks, but you have to get back into the first if you want a quarterback. Kyle, thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Let's see. Nick Emawari, you like him over Malachi Starks? I think Jihad Campbell's sweet. I'd be okay with Mike Green at this point. Like, if you can get Mike Green at 40, Jesus. I like Campbell. I like Green. Harrison can play. I like Siobhan Ravel. Connerly is sweet. But, man, I mean, he was supposed to go top 10. Got a lot of questions. Trey Amos is sweet. Trey Harris is sweet. As a rookie, sweet. Let's see. Judkins is the man. Jalen Noel's good. Higgins is sweet. Now we're kind of getting a little deep now. All right. What are we thinking here? The question, like, if you are Will Johnson, right? If you're Will Johnson, you got to be like, hey, coach, you mind drafting me? If Harbaugh doesn't go Will Johnson here, kind of says a lot, doesn't it? Am I streaming rounds 2 and 3? I won't be streaming all of round 2 and 3. I might do the Saints picks live, just because they're So we'll see. Tentatively, make sure to check my Twitter. Be checking the Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not following the Twitter, what are you even doing? Get involved. Get over here. Hit this button right here. It should say follow, and get involved, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, just keep up with the Twitter, and if I do end up jumping on, then you'll know that you'll be the first to know there. So now Dart is better than Sanders. I think that's this is another philosophical thing, right? Like, okay, think about it like this. It's all in the eye of the beholder, okay? Like the blanket statements of, is Sanders better? Is Dart better? Is this person better? It depends on who you're asking, right? Like the Broncos last year. The Broncos had Jaden Daniels as the number 1 quarterback and Bo Nix as number 2. Well, the Bears obviously had Caleb Williams as the best quarterback. So if you're asking, like, is Caleb Williams better than Bo Nix? It's like, well, if you ask, it depends what you ask. And then we don't even know yet, right? So it's impossible to tell. At this point, you have to just kind of sit back and say, whatever Kellen Moore tells me, I'm going to have to believe. If Kellen Moore tells me Jackson Dart is better than Shedeur Sanders, okay, who the hell am I to argue with Kellen Moore, right? So those are hard questions to answer. Comes down to system, comes down to fit, comes down to a lot of different things. So, you can't really call it. You can't really. Performance-wise, Bo, potential Caleb. I don't know. I mean, I think if the Broncos offered the Bears Bo Nix straight up for Caleb Williams, I think the Bears would turn him down. It's just like one of those things where, and I kind of talked about this week, but at a certain point in the draft process, that evaluation period ends. Same with rookies. Like when rookies start playing, there's a point of their career where their evaluation's over. And you can't be like, oh, well, they're a young quarterback. Like Trevor Lawrence. Like I always talk about Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is a bust. He is 25 or 30 games under 500. He has done nothing his entire career. They've never won with him. He's a bust. You're long enough into his career where you can say that. You know what I mean? Like the evaluation process, all that, it's over. You know what I mean? James, what position should the Saints draft next? It depends on who's on the board. I think if Dart's on the board, I think, and Kellen likes him, take Dart. If Mike Green's on the board and you love Mike Green, take Mike Green. If Jod Campbell's on the board, take Jod Campbell. Like there's some studs out there, Depends on how that thing falls. Man, Casey, you just nailed it. Never know till you know, Damn, I might get that tattooed. I might get that tatted. He has a playoff win? Trevor Lawrence? Yeah. Yeah, he does. That was a crazy game. Were they down like 30-something to nothing? Came back. Draft Mason Taylor in the second round. Ooh, that's high. That's high for Mason Taylor. 40th? Yeah, I don't know about that. We got a couple super chats. Back 40, $4.99 per Adam Schefter. The Saints did inquire about the first pick to draft Cam Ward. For real? Dylan Gardner. James, who have been your favorite draft picks that hit and also missed? Okay, well, I'll tell you who I would have missed on. I would have whiffed on Matt Leinart. I would have whiffed on, let me think of some more. I loved Vince Young, but Vince Young's not really a whiff. I mean, he won Rookie of the Year, like some, it's kind of some wonky stuff. Leinart, for sure, I would have missed on. Jimmy Clausen. I love Jimmy Clausen. Let's see. Wow. Amari Hampton. Okay. All right. There you go. Man, if you had the Amari Hampton over-under, you're feeling bad. Amari Hampton's over-under was 20.5. Goes 22. Feels bad, man. All right, I'll give you all a free one. This is about to be Matthew Golden. Packers about to go Matthew Golden right here. Right here. Matty Golden. Give you all a free one. Let's see here. Yeah, I've been iffy on Johnson. Yeah, same. Will Johnson's one of those things where it's like he had a good year with the national championship team, and then he has a bad year, / doesn't play, / gets hurt, skips the combine, doesn't run the 40. And it's like, man, you are putting, if you draft Will Johnson high, you are putting a ton of stock in about a year. You're putting a ton of stock in about 10 games from a year and a half ago. You know? Saints need the best wide receiver at 40. Yeah, I mean, if the way this is falling, there could be some stud wide receivers sitting there at 40. There could be some stud defensive backs. There could be some stud defensive linemen. So if any of those guys are there for the Saints at 40, you got to be feeling good about that. Like, look at the wide receivers. Oh, I would assume Matthew Golden's not going to be there. So you look at Higgins, Harris, Burden, Noel, Beck. Like, all these guys are sweet. And that's not even counting Savion Williams and Yamanor, some of these boys later on. But Higgins, Harris, I'm not a big fan of Luther Burden, but Higgins, Harris, Noel, Beck, Royals, studs. Then you look at edge. All right, you got James Pierce there, Mike Green there, Ezeraku's there. I mean, some of these guys, some of these guys were mocked top 15 not too long ago, right? Defensive tackles falling off a little bit here. I think you get away from that. Defensive back, Johnson's still there. Maxwell Harrison, Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos. Like, these are dogs. These are some strong players right here. How many fluid ounces does your coffee cup hold? Keep up the great work. It is a big one. I'm not sure. This is a Super Bowl. I don't know if y'all can see this. It's a Super Bowl when I did Radio Row. When I was lighting the world up at the Super Bowl. That's where I got this bad boy. All right. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? Green Bay. Okay. Do I think Shedeur gets drafted today? I do not. It really kills me watching Tyler Warren walk. So Tyler Warren, like, okay. Now, it might not play out like this, but it is like, in the grand scheme of things, you're talking about taking the second tight end, 9th overall, right? Like, instead of Tyler Warren, should we have taken Colston Loveland? I don't know. Nick Nash? I mean, Nick Nash is the guy, you definitely have to question the competition. You definitely have to question, like, is he just a volume receiver? What's he doing on his own? Got to question some of that stuff. Golden would be a good pick for Green Bay. Yeah. Vulture, I'm going to lose this over 2.5 quarterbacks after that Pittsburgh pick. Over, you're going to win. No, you're good. You're good. Over means you need. You picked. Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay. You picked over 2.5 quarterbacks. Oh, yeah. You should have asked me. I could have told you Sanders was going in the second. You need to trade in for Dart, and then you need like a trade in for a Shuck or something. Who do I think is picking Shedeur? The Browns. How's my bets working out? If the Banks, we got Banks to the Saints. That wasn't a huge one, but that was a win. We've lost a bunch of the other like smaller ones. we're probably somewhere. We might have a slight loss right now. Let me see. I don't know if they've settled him yet. Yeah, I don't know if they've settled him yet. If Jackson Dart is the second quarterback taken, then that'll be a win. I think we're probably, the Banks thing probably got us close to. We won Mimbu, the over on Armand Mimbu. So we need Jackson Dart. If Jackson Dart gets drafted second, we'll be okay. Not draft related, but I remember when T-Bob and Jacob Hester were reviewing your video and called me a nerd. When did they review my video? I don't know if I ever saw that. When did they review my video? I don't know if I saw that one. A nerd. It's not nice. What did I ever do to them? What did I ever say and do to them? Eating ramen noodles for the next month? Could be. Could be. Do you take Sanders if he is there at 40? I mean, it depends on the grade you have, probably, though. Probably. If we don't draft a quarterback, I won't be mad if the rest of the draft are hits. Trey Amos at 40? Could be. Coming into the chat late, just got off. I need your opinion, James, on that first pick. I thought it was okay. I thought it was boring. But good. I thought it was like okay. You know, it wasn't sexy. It wasn't fun. It probably is what, if it makes sense, I guess. Like, I understand Kellen wanted to build the offensive line. I understand like the philosophy and all that. So I thought it was okay. I'd give it, you know, like I said, it's not the funnest thing in the world, but you can't ever be mad about having a good offensive line. Now he's just got to hit. He just has to work. You know, he just has to work. If he works like Fuaga worked, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right, here we go. Here we go. You sound more depressed every time you answer that? No, man. I'm going to have a Kelvin Banks jersey. Houston needs O-line. Yeah, Houston will be O-line. Yeah. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we just set a record. 2,779 viewers, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. The house is packed. $2.7K Andy. This guy's getting a little long in the tooth with this. This guy's, come on, Mark. Give us the pick. Damn. Jesus. I'm always happy the face of the franchise makes a video. You rock. Thank you, Arvin. Thank you. Much appreciated. Mark just, yeah, Mark, I mean, brother, Oh, what did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all? Did I say Matthew Golden or did I say Matthew Golden? Did I say Matthew Golden or did I say Matthew Golden, son? $5 super chat, Mark Harris Jr. Best Saints content out there. People sleeping on this channel. Nobody's sleeping nowadays. Now that we're at the top of the ratings, the highest watched, most viewed, most listened to content creator in the space, I can promise you that. Nobody's sleeping on us now. I can promise you that. I can promise you. Everyone else in the space every day is like, damn it. James posted again. Damn it. He got 5,000 views in 5 hours. My video yesterday got 700 views. I promise you. They're brainstorming trying to figure out, God, how can we stop the superstar? How can we stop the views? They can't stop the views. All right, nailed the Matthew Golden one. Matthew Golden's a hell of a pick. Hell of a player. Now, granted, the speedster in the draft is usually never the best wide receiver. Like the 4.9 or 4.29 40. Usually the fastest wide receiver is the bust. I hope Cam Jordan knows something nobody else knows. Shador Sanders. I mean, it is weird for Cam to have tweeted that if there isn't something happening. Golden equals Jameson Williams. Yep, good comp. Good comp. Good comp. The Golden Glaze is crazy right now. Yeah, I mean, damn, guys, this is the 23rd pick. I mean, this is the 23rd pick. They're acting like this is the first overall pick. Jesus. This is insane. Back 40, $1.99. I've given you $100 tonight. They need to hurry. That's what life's all about. I hope they drag this on. Let's go to 11 o'clock. I'm the happiest guy in the world. The Vikings pick is in. What do the Vikings need off the top of the head? What's the offensive line looking like? What's the offensive line looking like here? What am I even looking at? Best available? And they got some good offensive linemen out there. What are these commercials? What are these ads on my screen? I mean, this could be an offensive line situation. Can we get Matthew Golden off the screen, ladies and gentlemen? Man, get Matthew Golden up out of here. Judd Campbell, yeah, Malachi Starks could be strong. Personalized ads, yeah. What the hell is going on here? We got a lot of questions. Only 3 number 1 wide receivers left: Royals, Beck, and Noel. I thought you were high on Higgins. Are you not high on Higgins anymore? Those ads trying to do you like Unc Shannon, dude. Unc's in some trouble. Unc's in some trouble. I don't know. Unc's in some trouble, man. Y'all got to be safe out there. Y'all got to be careful out there. Y'all get off Snapchat. Yeah, Packers act like they just won the Super Bowl. They had the 23rd pick. Unc got to relax. Unc got to relax. Leave the OnlyFans girls alone. Dude, get off OnlyFans, Unc. Why are you on OnlyFans? Why are you doing that? Damn, they done got sharp. Dude, Unc. Damn, he was... Those text messages, I'll never unsee those. James, what do you think about our pick? Sorry, I just got off work. I thought it was okay. I thought it was a boring pick. I thought it was a safe pick. I think it makes sense. But, you know, at this, it has to work. If it works, you're never, ever going to be like, man, I'm so mad the Saints have the best offensive line in the NFL. Or, you know, like, I understand what Kellen's trying to do. I understand they're trying to build the defensive line, offensive line. They're trying to play like the Eagles played. I get all that. But, you know, 9th overall pick, you take the same position you've taken for the last 11 years. You know, I get it. I get why people are down on it. All right, guys, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself. Bucks, you have control of the chat. Crafty, you have control of the chat. Bucks, no Violet Myers talk while I'm gone. All right, be right back. 5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. What did I miss? Oh my God, the Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart. All right, here you go. Piss poor timing. Go one. Go one, Derek. Go one. What a bad time to Dookie. Yeah, I leave my chair for 10 seconds. I leave my chair for 10 seconds. This is Jackson Dart, ladies and gentlemen. This is not Shador. This is Jackson Dart. He is going to the New York Giants. I'll give y'all a free one. Jackson Dart not going to the New Orleans Saints. Congratulations, Jackson. I hate those glasses. I don't like that jacket. It is what it is. I would assume that... Is Matthew Golden still on the screen? Damn. Jesus. All right, Dart's going to go to the Giants. I think the Saints wait this one out. I think they can wait it out. I think Cleveland is going to take Sanders in the second round. And then the Saints might wait. They might wait on Tyler Shuck. They might wait on whoever their guy is. But as of right now, it looks like it's Rattler season, ladies and gentlemen. Milrow still available. Why Dart? I guess Brian Daboll likes Jackson Dart better. On ABC, it's a commercial. Yeah, I'm currently watching a Lilo and Stitch commercial. Saints get McCord. I'll say this too, we talked about, let's look at the best available again, right? So let's say at 40, you're the Saints. And you want a quarterback, right? And you're looking at Tyler Shuck or Kyle McCord or whoever. If you're sitting there and you're looking around, you're like, well, damn. Maxwell Harrison's available. Jihad Campbell's available. Mike Green's available. Emin Worry, Ezraku, Siobhan Revell, Josh Connerly. Malachi Starks, Trey Amos, Jaden Higgins. Like, you look around at those guys, it's like, I'm not taking a quarterback. Like, these are who you want the Saints to take. You want the Saints to take starters, high impact players from day effing one. Okay. Jihad Campbell, stud. Could have easily gone top 10 if it wasn't for the injury. Mike Green, some people believe he was a top 12, top 15 pick. Josh Simmons, some people believe is the best offensive tackle in the draft. Okay. Connerly, same thing. Some people said Connerly was going to go top 10. If you can get some legitimate, big-time impact players at positions like that, I'm okay with skipping Shador. I'm okay with skipping Jackson Dart. I'm okay with skipping Tyler Shuck or whoever, Jalen Milrow, or whoever you have. You know, we need high-impact players. This is where you have to lean on the board. All right? You got to lean on Kellen Moore's board. Pause. And you got to get the best player available. Straight up. So this whole, like, Saints have to get a quarterback, Saints have to do this, Saints have to do that. No, they do not. You just got to get the best players you can get. Wasn't the 2017 draft A grade for the Saints? Last year's draft was an A. The Saints got an A last year. But 2016 and 2017 are considered the two best drafts in Saints history. No, they're not taking Sanders. I just told y'all they're taking Jackson Dart. Greeny, turn on my stream. Turn on my stream and wake up. These ESPN clowns, they don't know what they're talking about. People forget who predicted Matthew Golden to the Packers, okay? People forget who got the first 7 picks correct in this year's draft, okay? People forget that. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, this is Jackson Dart. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that because I love each and every one of you. I mean, sometimes in my life, I even surprise myself sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Daboll got his guy. The Giants have done very well. That helmet is badass. That helmet is sweet. The Giants had a hell of a draft. They got their guy. They were patient, traded back in, did what they had to do. They didn't panic. They didn't overdraft. They didn't take Sanders at 3. They didn't take Dart at 3. They didn't trade down to take Dart at 10. They did what they had to do. They stayed where they needed to stay. They took the best player available in Abdul Carter, and they still got their guy. Great job from the Giants in the first round. That's how you navigate it. Well done. Carter-Dart combo is a pretty successful first round. True. I'm a big Brian Daboll stan. Okay? I give Brian Daboll a lot of grace. I love him. I love him like a brother. Oh, man, I hate how Jackson Dart dresses. Boy, do I hate that jacket. Okay, the Falcons have traded up. Do y'all want me to give y'all another one? Do y'all want me to give y'all another one? Do y'all want me to give y'all another one? James, you lost all credibility when you went all giddy when Saints won 2 games. It's still what? Are you slobbering on your keyboard? If the injuries don't happen, the Saints win 10 games, they win the division, they go to the playoffs, and we're not talking about it, okay? Injuries are what they are. The first 2 games proved that I was right all offseason. It proved that I know ball. It proved that I'm on a whole different level. Go get a towel, get your keyboard cleaned off, take your Pokemon, He-Man, Dragon Ball Z pajamas, throw them in the trash, and wake up. Okay? All right. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was giving y'all a free one with the Falcons. The Falcons are trading up, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to take... they're either going to take Jihad Campbell or they're going to take Mike Green. What am I going to say here? What am I going to say? What am I going to say? They're going to go Mike Green. They're going to go Mike Green right here. Will Johnson's strong too. Will Johnson strong. Do they go Will Johnson? Will Johnson or Mike Green? I'm going to say Mike Green. I'm going to say Mike Green. You got to stand for something. I'm going to say Mike Green. You are certainly on a whole nother level. No question there. That's my man. Much appreciated. Let's see here. Falcons traded next year's first round pick? No way. That'd be a lot. They're not going to double dip Mickey's. Will Johnson is not good for us if he's anything like he's projected to be. Olave getting clamped. I'm not big on Will Johnson. I'm not very high on Will Johnson, honestly. Lions with a cheeky Will Johnson pick. That would be solid for the Lions. Mike Green would be terrifying. Saints have to get playmakers these next few picks. Agreed. I think we're cooked. We got a lot of draft left. We're all right. We got a lot of draft left. Falcons get 2025 first and third. Rams get 2025 second and 2026 first and seventh. All right, here we go. Mike Green? Damn it. Right position. Wrong church, right church, wrong pew. Damn it. God. Right church, wrong pew, ladies and gentlemen. Damn. All right. The Falcons did what they had to do. The Falcons wanted to make their defense better. They did. Good stuff from the Falcons. They picked edge just because we picked Banks. Yeah, I mean, we knew what the Falcons wanted to do. Falcons wanted edge. Got a linebacker to start. Traded back in. Will Johnson being there, it's like, how high do you have him on your board? Some people had him top 10. Not me. I mean, they like Pierce better than Green. I have a James Pierce. Let me dig into the old trading card collection, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Chrome. It's the Topps Chrome. I got let me pull out this James Pierce hitter I've got right here. See if I got any other studs. Where the hell is that? Let's see here. All right, here you go. Here you go. Got this little James Pierce shiny boy. What do y'all think about that? Y'all see that? Huh? That's a shiny boy right there, boy. That's a shiny boy. All right. 27. Ravens could go in a bunch of different directions. They certainly could use. This could be a Will Johnson spot. This could be a Will Johnson. As expected, we are bombing the draft. Brother, we have one pick. We got one pick, my man. We know what type of drafter Kellen is so far. Yeah, I think you can. I think you can pretty much safely say that Kellen is an inside-out drafter. I think he's looking at the interior, both offensive line and defensive line. I think you can assume he's going to try and play very similar to Philly as far as like tempo, as far as kind of ball control, time of possession. So yeah, I mean, I think you can glean some of that from his pick for sure. Campbell has not been drafted. No, Jihad's still gone. Now the thing with Jihad Campbell, okay, so here's another example of why you got to kind of like Jihad Campbell had his surgery. Okay, so the question is like, okay, how well is he healing? How'd the surgery go? We obviously don't know that information, but his medical may have come back worse since the surgery, or he maybe have more of a recovery timeline than previously thought. So, those are the kind of things where the team knows way more than us. Been in the chat for 3 hours. Well, we are officially 3 hours and 17 minutes we've been streaming. Some interesting names are going to be around 40. Oh yeah. Let's see. I don't see the Saints moving up now. I don't think so. I think the Saints would only have moved up for Dart. They're not moving up for Sanders, and I don't think they'll move up for Shuck. Could be wrong, but the Saints also can move up if they really wanted to move up. They did this with Kool-Aid last year. Like, if they're Malachi Starks, he'd be good for the Ravens. If like the Saints are looking at this board and they're like, well, damn, we had I'm just trying to name a random player. If they're like, well, Jihad Campbell is our 10th player on the board, then maybe they do trade up and take him. Maybe they trade up and take Will Johnson. Maybe they trade up and take Emin Warrior or whoever. Like, it doesn't have to be a quarterback. There are some big names dropping. So, I mean, I think Will Johnson, Mike Green, Jihad Campbell. A question is with Simmons and Connerly dropping, I wonder if the Saints wish they would have taken another position at 9 and traded back in to take Simmons or Connerly. That would be a question. We need wide receiver in the second. Yeah, I'd agree with that. We're getting Shadur? I don't think so. I think the Eagles take Mike Green. Yeah, the Eagles want edge. I think the Eagles would have been a great spot for James Pierce. If Mike Green is there, I think the Eagles take him. I think the Chiefs take offensive linemen. I think the Chiefs would be thrilled with Simmons or Connerly. Washington's a bit of a wild card. Detroit, a bit of a wild card. Buffalo is always a wild card too. Eagles take Ezeraku. Bigger position of need is cornerback over wide receiver in the second. Nah, I think it's wide receiver. Bro, is that a Pokemon card after you just dog DBZ? Whoa, I love DBZ. I love Dragon Ball Z, but I just don't have Dragon Ball Z pajamas. Vegeta is a hero of mine, but I don't have Vegeta footsie pajamas. Not anymore. All right, here we go. Ravens. Yeah, Malachi Starks. Yeah, good pick. I gave y'all that one for free. Yeah, Malachi can play. So Malachi is the first safety off the board. So was Jahdae Barron the first defensive back off the board? Yeah, Jahdae Barron, first defensive back off the board. So that was a plus price for most of the week. Yeah. All right. So Detroit could do a lot. You always wonder when you have like an influx of coordinators like Detroit has, where they lose Glenn, they lose Ben Johnson. It's like, all right, what are they going to do? What's their identity now? What do these new coordinators want to do? Noah, if Kellen Moore says he likes Rattler, why wouldn't he build up the line to protect him and give the kid a real shot? Yeah, but it's like some of that's lip service too. Like, okay, he says he likes him, but how much does he like him? How much does he even know about him? You know. Shawnee Boy, thank you for the $5 super chat, my man. Much appreciated. Never doubt the face of the franchise. Thank you. Never. Saints need size at wide receiver. They just need a good wide receiver. Like, they need a good playmaker, impact player at wide receiver. Voodoo guy, $10, dropped it on the doorstep. I wanted Dart, but you know who knows who the Saints need better than I do? Kellen Moore. And more I trust, who dat? Well said. Yeah, exactly. It's like, at a certain point, you do have to kind of trust Kellen Moore and Brandon Staley, and that they know what they want and how they want to build this team. Oh, Malachi just got fired up. You know that hand's burning. Have y'all ever done that where you get fired up, slap a wall or something, and then your hand is just on fire? Malachi is walking with a purpose. Damn. He's walking shoulders first. Respect. Oh, not the selfie cam. Not needed. Unnecessary element to the show. I pray we get Jaden Higgins. Higgins is sweet. What do you think we do now? Trade up, stay in the second? I think we stay put in the second. The Ravens continue to get great safety players. Yeah. The Ravens. Trivia question for the chat. Everybody, the Ravens are one of the best franchises in the NFL, one of the most consistent, well-respected, best drafting, whatever franchises. Everyone says they want Gail Benson out. They want a good owner. Trivia question. Do not look it up. Who is the owner of the Baltimore Ravens? Who is the owner? Don't look it up. Don't look it up. We'll look right now together. Joe Burrow. There you go. Who is the owner of the Baltimore Ravens? Edgar Allan Poe. Will Smith. Bezos. The answer? Steve Biscotti. Steve Biscotti is the owner of the Baltimore Ravens. This hombre right here. Steve Biscotti. Now the question is, how much do you think Steve Biscotti's doing? You don't ever hear about Steve Biscotti. Is Steve Biscotti drafting players? Is he trading players? You never hear about him? You never know anything about him? Who knows? Is it John Harbaugh? Is it what's going on? Right? So remember, ladies and gentlemen, be careful with the owner talk. You want an owner who's not doing anything. You want an owner who's financing the team, giving the resources, and that's it. Letting the GM be the GM, letting the coaches be the coaches. That's it. You don't want the owner being Jerry Jones. You don't want the owner being David Tepper. You don't want any of that. Okay? That's all you want. You want an owner to give the team resources and let them cook. That's it. That's all. Yeah, exactly. You get an owner you don't know, or you get Jerry Jones and David Tepper and who the hell ever else. Woody Johnson. Any top dog at any company or organization whose name is not in the news means they put the best people in place to succeed. Yeah, exactly. Steve Biscotti lets his team cook, and that's why you don't hear about him. True. Yeah, that is kind of funny. It's like he doesn't have scandals, and then the very next one is Justin Tucker. It's like, yeah, whoop. All right, Lions. Tyleik Williams. All right, defensive tackle from Ohio State. All right. Okay, he was a guy who we were looking at the Saints maybe getting in the second round if he's there. He was kind of all over the place in mocks, but so he's a good owner? Yeah, he is a good owner. Yes, he is a good owner. Correct. Draft Jod Campbell at 40. If he's there, man, that's a slam dunk pick. That is a slam dunk pick. James, next year I'm just betting the first 5 pick you make. If you bet the first 7, we nailed the first 7. I will say, but okay, so like this is a good example of how you have to get after betting. So we had Armand Membu going to the Jets. We took Armand Membu over 6.5 draft position, which is sort of kinda taking him to go 7. So we won that, right? So like that's how you kind of have to get after that sometimes. We got Kelvin Banks to the Saints, small winner there. Got Jackson Dart as the second quarterback taken, winner there. So let's see. The draft is difficult. The draft is difficult to bet because you have to find creative ways to get after what you think is going to happen. You also have to cut through the noise. It's very difficult in the draft because you have so many people giving opinions and you don't know which ones are agents. You don't know which ones are teams trying to give false information. You don't know which ones are analysts who are just saying stuff. You got to kind of like, that's what we did with, it didn't matter, but whenever Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders were the first 2 favorites for the Saints, and we were like, they're not taking a quarterback in 9. So that's how we got Mykel Williams at a huge price. That's how we got Tyler Warren at a huge price. And then, they go down. So it's like, all right, we're directionally right. They don't come home, but, is what it is. Why are you okaying and coping with his poverty? What is that in response to? Let's see. Do you think the Saints made the right pick? Hard to say. Right pick. We got to wait till they play. But I would say they made a safe pick. They made a good pick. Sexy pick? No. Exciting pick? No. If he's as good as Fuaga, it's a good pick. I'd say that. He needs to be as good as Fuaga. Mostly everyone was off on the mock draft except my first 5 picks, or first 7 picks. So I didn't do the rest of this. I only did the top 10. So don't look at the rest of it. That was just like automatically done. So we got first 7 correct. And then, Banks, we're off by 1 on Banks. Walker, I will say, the one that really surprised me was Ted McMillan to Carolina. That's the one where it was like, whoa. I never had that mock there. Never in a million years did I have that one. That's definitely the one where it's like, whoa, oh my God. Sometimes safe isn't best. True. Yeah, like, and then again, like, or do you think they should have drafted Sanders? No, I would not have taken Sanders at 9. But that's another part of it too, where it's like best. Like what? Like obviously the value. Obviously the value was not in Sanders or Dart at 9. The question is, like, should they have tried to trade back in to take Dart? We don't even know. They may still take Sanders. We have no clue, right? But with who went at 9, like around here, who else would you have taken? Loveland? I got a feeling if they would have taken Loveland, people would be mad they didn't take Warren, right? Do you take Booker? Booker's kind of the same as Banks. Zabel? Sure as hell don't take Zabel. You know? Same thing with like Josh Simmons or any of the guys available. The question now isn't should they have taken Simmons or Connerly. The question is should they get back into the first to take Simmons or Connerly now. They correctly identified the value because Simmons and Connerly are still there. So it would have been a reach. So yeah, that's how you kind of got to look at it. I think if they could have gone back, if they could go back, you maybe take a defensive player and then you trade in now and get Connerly or Simmons. All right, there's Connerly. Okay, there goes Connerly. Connerly can play. Do you think the Saints draft T-Mac if Panthers don't draft him? I think they give him a hard look. Who do you think they will take round 2? Depends on who's there. But I think there's a lot of good players available. I'll tell you that. There are some studs available. Whether it's Jaden Higgins, whether it's Trey Harris, whether it's if Mike Green is still there, if Jihad Campbell's still there. I mean, honestly, like, if Josh Simmons is still there, you got some stud defensive backs. Will Johnson's still on the board. Maxwell Harrison, Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos are all good. Emin Worry is good. Like, they got some real good players still on the board. Run stopper, defensive tackle's a little thin right now. I don't know if I'd go defensive tackle. I'd probably wait. Maybe Deone Walker or something later. I don't know, but I wouldn't take any of these guys 40. All right. Let's see. Is Nolan still on the board? No, Nolan went. Banks was going higher than is projected. See, I saw Banks at 6. I saw a lot of Banks at 6. I think Banks was going to go between 6 and 12. So I don't think it was like a crazy reach, but, you know. I do not see us trading back in the first. I think the only player we would have traded back for is Dart. Now, with some of these guys still on the board, like trading back in for Mike Green, it's like, all right, sure. Trading back in for Will Johnson, all right, sure. Like, some of these guys are falling way beyond where they thought they'd be. Back 40, Sanders might go be a quarterback 2 somewhere. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not starting off the bat, not at this point. But I think you have a conversation, if you're the Saints right now, I think you're having a conversation like, man, do we get back in there and take Jihad Campbell? Do we get back in there and take Mike Green? Do we get back in there and take Ezraku or Will Johnson or Emin Worry? Like, I don't think they thought these guys would be on the board. Does Buffalo take Will Johnson right here? Because Buffalo, remember, ladies and gentlemen, Buffalo plays in the AFC. What was Cam talking about? Yeah, I don't know what the hell Cam was talking about. Cam was lost in the sauce. Cam was lost in the sauce. Yeah, Cam hit the knew it first round ain't over. Kelvin Banks, welcome to NOLA. Cam Jordan at Aaron Rose. Yeah, damn, Cam must be. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we just hit a new record. I barely saw it. It was 28 something. It was like 2814 or something like that. So we just broke the 2800 viewer mark. Unbelievable. Mike Green would be perfect. I am not a Drew Aller fan. Not a Drew Aller fan. Man, it's so crazy. So I used to stream every day for like 6 hours back during COVID. And I haven't streamed in a while, obviously. I've been doing videos and all that stuff. But dropping a 4-hour stream like it ain't nothing. Stream game is where it's at. I love streaming. Love streaming. Drew Aller is so bad. Yeah, Aller's horrible. I don't like Aller at all. I don't like Aller whatsoever. They've been trying to get back into the first with the Giants were your problem. Yeah, I mean, at this point you wonder, like, and it might come out, it might not come out, but you wonder, like, all right, did the Saints try and get back in? Were they undercut by the Giants? What was the Giants offer too much? Like, you know, we may hear what happened, but imagine 2.8 thousand people watching the face of the franchise chilling in Loot Lake in OG Fortnite with a sniper. God, dude, could you imagine, Bucks? Could you imagine 2.8 thousand people watching a weekend full of foot champs? James, I joined late. Can you recap your thoughts? Absolutely. I thought the pick was safe. I thought the pick was expected with Kellen Moore and Mickey Loomis saying they wanted to build out from the interior. I thought when you look back at it, you know, where else do you go with that pick? If Kelvin Banks is as good as Talise Fuaga, around that level or better, I guess, then we'll be happy with the pick. But yeah, I mean, it's not sexy, it's not exciting, but you know, it is what it is, and an offensive lineman is always going to be relatively disappointing. Damn, man, Will Johnson. This is what happens when you don't work out, when you don't do the combine, when you don't do any of that. Like, you fall. Will Johnson they were asking people to draft Will Johnson off of a season from not last season, the year before. And teams are obviously saying, yeah, I don't think so. Good guy. Mason Graham sticking around. See Mason Graham back there? Mason Graham's a good dude. Sticking around to see if Will Johnson gets drafted. Let's see here. Maxwell Harrison, player. All right, I'll give you all a free one. The Chiefs traded the pick, hold up, to the Philadelphia. Whoa. So the Eagles traded one pick up? Is that what just happened? The Eagles traded one pick up. So the Eagles traded a pick up. All right, now this is interesting. Because I believe the Chiefs would have taken an offensive lineman. I believe the Chiefs would have taken. I think the Chiefs would have taken Josh Simmons. Yeah. So, but that only makes sense if the Eagles also want Josh Simmons. So, but to me, it makes sense for the Eagles to want Mike Green. I thought the Eagles wanted an edge the whole time. Man, Jod Campbell falling out of the first round is pretty wild. I mean, his recovery must be longer than expected. That's an absolute play right there. Bro, I'm tired of seeing the Eagles dominate the trenches. They definitely going for Mike Green. Saints are trying to dominate the trenches. Don't you worry. The worst draft of all time. Damn. I don't think it was that bad. Mike Green, Jod to the Eagles. Chiefs told Eagles they were being jumped by an AFC team. They can't keep getting away with this. I mean, the pick that makes sense is Green or Campbell. But I just don't see the Chiefs taking either one of those guys. I see the Chiefs wanting an offensive lineman. So it just is weird that they jumped him. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe an AFC team was trying to trade up and the Chiefs didn't want to do. I don't know. A lot of questions. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, Maxwell Harrison's a hell of a player. That's a good pick from Buffalo. How is Will Johnson still available? Didn't have a good year last year. Was hurt. Didn't go to the combine. Didn't work out. Didn't run a 40. That's how you slide. Eagles traded, so they traded 164. We'll see. It is weird though. Yeah, I mean, I would think it's got to be Jod or Mike Green. Yeah, turf toe too. Like that's a good point. Like turf toe is a legitimate injury where, like I did a radio spot and I was talking about Jod Campbell, and I was saying like Jod Campbell's injury isn't really an injury that sticks with you. That's an injury for a linebacker. You can kind of you're okay. Like Trevor Lawrence had the same exact surgery before the draft, his rookie year. And, a shoulder for a quarterback is much more important. It was his non-throwing shoulder, but still he's a running quarterback. Baker Mayfield had the same surgery. I think Justin Herbert had the same surgery. Now a turf toe or a knee or an ankle or something like that for a linebacker, that's a little bit different, so, or a cornerback. So yeah, like Will Johnson having that turf toe issue, that's a lot more of like, I could definitely see teams being put off by the turf toe. Apparently, earlier today on NFL Network, Derek Carr's brother said Derek and Mickey have been in discussion about the next step. Carr saying he would like to rehab and play this season. If so, I might just puke. Nothing would surprise me more than Derek Carr playing for the New Orleans Saints this season. That would absolutely shock me. We didn't trade up. Time to eat a steak. Thanks, James. Medium rare, brother. Thank you for watching. We lost out on Dart. If we lose out on Sanders, we're not taking Sanders. We're not taking Sanders. Let me ask you this, though. What if they have a higher grade on Tyler Shuck or Kyle McCord or Will Howard than they do on Sanders? And what if they get their guy? James, if we randomly see you in New Orleans, what drink do we get you? Depends on where I am. If I'm at like a sports bar setting, a Guinness, or just a good old-fashioned beer. If I'm at a bar, cocktail bar situation, a martini or an old-fashioned or what, I'm easy to... I don't turn any drinks down. No Jägermeister. No Jaeger. Anything else and I'm locked in. Tyler Shuck his ass. If Kellen Moore tells me Tyler Shuck is not ass, I believe Kellen Moore. You know what I mean? Saints let me down in the... I was cool. Justin Reed, A+. I like the Chase Young signing. Juwan Johnson is the only one this offseason where I was like, pass. What's the story with Jaeger? Hate it. I don't like licorice. I don't like black licorice. Like, I like Twizzlers, but they'll like... What is it? What's the root that it tastes like? It'll come to me. Tarragon, is that it? I just do not like that flavor. Yeah, Jod Campbell. Hell of a pick. He slid too far. That was a great pick. Stud player. Really surprising he fell that far. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, he's hurt, but if you're missing 6 weeks, like if he's out the first 6 weeks of the year, or even 10 weeks, if he's out for the first 10 weeks of the year, but you get a 6, 7, 8 year stud, it's like, does it really matter? No. You know, people put way too much. They put way too much on that too. Unless the injury is career altering or physically altering, you know, it's... I think that I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised he fell this far. Really surprised. Why trade one spot for Campbell? I guess the Chiefs wanted them. Anise. That's black licorice. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Hate that flavor. Do you think we draft a quarterback? Yeah, we draft a quarterback. We will draft one at some point. Who it will be, I don't know about that. I would have guessed we traded back in for Dart. We'll see what comes out as far as like, you know, did they try? Did they get undercut? What all happened? But we do have to take a quarterback. We don't have it. We only have 2. You know? James, I think you went over the stats. The Saints are actually better than average when it comes to drafting. They are the 7th ranked team when it comes to drafting the metrics that we looked at in that video. You are correct, yeah. I wanted us to get Tyler Warren. He's a dog. Would have made our offense much better. At this point, Sanders is going to the Browns. Yeah, I can almost guarantee Shedeur Sanders will go to the... If Shedeur Sanders does not go to the Browns at 33, then he is way worse than people thought. Like for the Browns to be as quarterback desperate and you can get the guy at 33, man, if they say no thanks, damn. Saints going wide receiver, tight end at 40, possibly. Benico, what position next, James? Thank you for the super chat. I think you got to look at wide receiver. We need a playmaker. There are some strong cornerbacks still on the board. Same with Mike Green and Ezraku. It might be too much to take Josh Simmons. I think people might crash out if we take Josh Simmons, but I think you got to take a look at Mike Green if he's still there. I think you got to take a look at whichever of your wide receivers is highest on your board, whether it's Higgins or Harris or Noel or Beck or Royals or whoever. I think you can still get Ayamanor and Savion Williams later. I like both of them. Not at 40, but and I also think you have to take a look at Will Johnson. You got to take a look at Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos, and Emin Worry. So, obviously players are going to get drafted, but that's who you got to be looking at 40. Draft gets an F grade, brother. We have 1 pick. We have 8 picks left. Let's see. You like Jalen Milroe? I like Milroe. I don't like him for the Saints because I don't think the Saints aren't in a position to have like a developmental quarterback. I don't think. They stop at 32? Yes. This is just the first round. So the Chiefs will pick, and then, that'll be that, and then they'll pick it back up tomorrow. Mason Taylor at 40. Yeah, that's too high at 40. Who am I happy with at quarterback? How far would I go down the list? I think Kellen is taking a look at Shuck. I think he's I would say, I guess we'll include Sanders, but I think Sanders to McCord is who is on the list. I don't think like Leonard, Gabriel, Roy, I don't think any of these guys. I think you're looking at some combination of Sanders, Shuck, Milroe, Howard, Ewers, McCord, and then it's probably no dice. No dice. They're all a little different. I'd probably rank them Shuck, McCord, Howard, Milroe, or I'd rank them probably Shuck, Sanders, McCord, Milroe, Howard, Ewers. I'm getting them lost now, but that's probably how I'd rank them. All right, here we go. Last pick. Let's see the Chiefs go. Do they go? They got to go offensive line, right? I'm on a different level. Why? That's what I was saying. Why would the Eagles have even had to trade up? The only thing I can think of is that the Eagles heard that someone else wanted to trade up, and so they were forced to trade up, and they gave them the better offer. That's the only answer I can think of. So a lot of people are asking why the top. A lot of people are asking like why would the weird trade between the Eagles and the Chiefs? That's why. The Eagles probably got word, hey, blank team is trading up to get Jod Campbell. They said, oh, hell no. And said, we'll give you a better offer. Good draft. I think the Falcons had a good draft. I think the Giants had a good draft. I think Indianapolis got who they wanted. Let's see. I think the Steelers had a good pick. I think they dodged a bullet with Shador. Yeah, Giants, Falcons, Colts, Browns are probably Raiders too. Probably they're probably the ones who are leaving this draft like hell yeah, we nailed it. Biggest question mark I think is Loveland. Like, is Loveland as good as the hype, or did the Bears make a huge mistake? Like that's a gutsy pick. Like, that's a gutsy pick to say for Ben Johnson's first pick. I don't like Luther Burden at all. If the Bears, like if Ben Johnson said, listen, I want Colston Loveland in the top 10. It's like, damn, brother. Like, not only are you going tight end, but now you're saying that you're so smart, you're taking the second tight end, and you think he's the first. Like, that's a very risky pick for Ben Johnson. If it works out, cool. But if not, ooh. Let's see. So we all hate Shedeur now? No. We don't hate Shedeur. Shedeur just was not the pick at 9. I like Shedeur. I think Shedeur, I've gone over this a million times. I think Shedeur is good player, highly accurate, relatively high floor, but at 9 wasn't going to work. And then it's like, do you trade up for him? Obviously not. So if the Saints end up with Shedeur, fine. Depends on who's around him. Depends on who else is there, you know? We don't even have a second-round pick. We do. We do have a second-round pick. We have pick number 40. So the Saints pick here. Pick number 40 in the second round. And we have 2 third-round picks. Great show, James. Very insightful. Thank you very much for watching, man. Igbuka to the Bucks is nasty, yeah. Indy got a steal. Yeah, Indy is thrilled. I can promise you that. Indy and Atlanta are probably the 2 teams that are like super, super excited about what they left with. Like, you know how when you do like a fantasy football draft or whatever, and it's like, man, exactly who I wanted fell to me? That is Indy. That is Atlanta. Yeah. Whoa. Benico, 1999. Super chat. Sorry, I've been at work. What's your thoughts on our pick? Think it was safe, boring. I think you can never go wrong with getting good linemen. Now they have to be good. He has to be good. If he is good, great pick. If he is good and you have him and Fuaga for the next 8 years, 10 years, you're never going to go wrong with being good on the interior, just like the Eagles. But he's got to be good. You know, you're taking him. How things fell, I think you probably had to take him. I think you would have been happy with taking Mimbu. It was either Mimbu or Banks. If McMillan's there, maybe you take him. But you know, Booker, a lot of people say maybe Tyler Booker goes to the Saints. Similar thing where it's like, can't really argue with the pick. Can be mad at the pick. Is it a sexy pick? No, but, you know, so we'll see. I understand the pick, but I also understand people who, like, you know, I also understand other people who are like, boring, whatever. I don't blame anybody for saying that, but I think overall was fine. Banks only gave up 1 sack and over 600 snaps. Is crazy. Good job, James. Props for reading my criticism of you and popping right back. Class act, articulate football knowledge off the shelf. Much appreciated, Mo Gumbo. It's all goofs and gaffs in here. It's all banter. We're all just having fun. We're all having fun, man. I appreciate you being in here and chatting away, my man. Great show, James. Thank you. Thank you. Are we still going to draft a quarterback? I think we should. I think we're definitely going to look at drafting a quarterback. But it all depends on who's there. Like, there are some really good players still available. I don't know if you take a quarterback over some of these guys. Like, do you take a quarterback over Will Johnson, Mike Green, Emin Worry, Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos, Higgins? Probably not. You know, those are some studs. Face of the Franchise, thank you so much for this. It was fun. Thank you for watching. Thanks for watching. Have a good one, bro. Thanks for going live. No problem, man. Thank you for watching. I much appreciate it. James E. D gave Gruden a run for his money tonight. I did what I had to do. The greatest to ever do it. Who dat say they're going to beat them Saints? Did Will Johnson get taken? He did not. Will Johnson is still on the board. Good streams as usual. Streams might need to make a return more permanently, but this kind of turnout, man. You ain't lying, Crafty. You ain't lying. You might be right. I might have to get foot champs going. Our pick is boring until we have one of the best O-lines in the league. Yeah, that is kind of how O-lines work, where it's like, it's a boring pick. But then it's like, well, it's kind of cool how we can run on every team. It's kind of cool how we can do this. It's kind of cool how we can hold the ball for 12 minutes. So you're the best, James. We really appreciate you as the face of the franchise. I wouldn't be the face of the franchise if it wasn't for each and every one of you who come and tune into the videos and the live streams. Will you be streaming the rest of the draft? I might stream tomorrow's second round. I may. Check Twitter. Check my Twitter. It'll keep you in the loop. It'll keep you in the know of what we're doing. But I might. Let's see what else we got here. You and Trace are the GOATs. Trizzy, the Trizzler, is a good guy. James still going at it. What a guy. What was Will Johnson's injury? Turf toe. Bring the speak pipe back. Yeah, I have an issue with speak pipe. I need to get it figured out. I have a technical difficulty with speak pipe. I gotta get that sorted. I gotta get it sorted. Let's see. We finally had a top 10 pick and drafted like it was the 20s. Let's see. I gotta say, I checked out a lot of streams tonight, and yours was the best. Whew. I love that. Good night, James. Love your show. Thank you, Marcus. ESPN muted all night listening to this stream instead, and I bet you learned a whole lot more. Never know till you know, Damn. Casey was dropping bars. That's good. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm gonna steal that. Pick 40 going to be interesting. Pick 40 has become the most interesting, or the most important pick in the draft. The Saints first round recap stream is starting. Legendary night streams are always a blast. Bucks, much appreciated being in here, my man. When I see you and Crafty in here, it makes me feel good, man. Makes me feel good. You actually answered chat. Yeah, I probably read what, 2,000 messages tonight. I basically read chat for 4 hours straight. So yeah, I definitely read chat. I'm all about it. Chat makes the world go round. Never been so mad in my life. It'll be okay. Good looking out, James. I'm happily informed and infamously a Saints fan. I love it. There you go. Goat James. Much appreciated, Treeborg. You need to talk more shit about the Falcons. I just call it like I see it. Which picks you think are ass? Let's see. Ward's fine. Hunter's good. Carter's good. Campbell's good. Graham's good. Genty, Mimbu's fine. Loveland's a question mark. It's one of those things where it's like, is he as good as people say he is, or is it a Kyle Pitts situation? Loveland's a wait and see. Michael Williams is a wait and see. Jalen Walker's a wait and see. Shamar Stewart's super raw. Like, these guys are, it's like you got to balance the value with the production. Like, Shamar Stewart is super raw. He should not have gone 9th overall. At 17, okay. Like, it changes the pick. Like, Jahdae Barron, is he a 9th overall pick? No. 7th overall? No. 20? Great pick. Derek Harmon, 21st, great pick. So it all depends on, like, the value you're getting and all that. So I think Tyler Booker is very similar to the Banks pick. And the Tyler Booker pick is a good example of when you're so hyper-focused on a team, you kind of lose the plot, right? So if you look at, like, the Cowboys, how many of you, what do y'all think about the Cowboys pick? Like, a lot of people are just like, I don't know. Sounds cool. Yeah, okay, get a guard. Like, yeah, okay, run the football. Whatever. But the Banks pick, it's like, worst pick of my life. I hate the Saints. They ruined my life. I hate them. But it's only because you're so high, like, you're so sometimes when you're so up close to it, you kind of lose the view. You kind of lose the, you're too close. You know what I mean? So I think very similarly to the Cowboys pick, I think the Cowboys would have taken Tet if he was there. I think the Cowboys said, we're not reaching for Golden, So let's get a lineman. And if Tyler Booker is good, they'll be thrilled. Kelvin Banks, similar. I think Kelvin Banks was like, who we want isn't here. Let's get our lineman. So, $2 from Kenneth. Could Zion move to defensive tackle? I don't think he played the whole season. You should check out for the Wins draft grades for this round. They gave the Dart pick a C. What did they give the Saints pick? Bring back the puka shells? Man, I need to. Zion, great tight end, 6'8". Yeah. Ideal second and third round. Again, it really, really, really depends on who's there. Because obviously, if I'm looking at this board, Mike Green's probably, or Will Johnson. I mean, any of these guys, like Trey Amos or Jaden Higgins is probably who I would pick at 40. But if he's not there, then it changes everything, right? So I like Jaden Higgins a lot. I think he'd be great at 40. I like Trey Amos. I like Siobhan Revell. I like Mike Green. I like Emin Worry. I like Will Johnson at 40. I like Trey Harris, Jalen Noel. These guys are sweet. If they're there at 40, okay, let's rock and roll. And then third round, again, the further you go, the more volatility there is in the pick. Third round, you're looking at if you take Higgins, do you end up taking Azariah Thomas? You can move around a little bit. Dart over Shador is nasty work. I think the closer we got to the draft, the more obvious that was. Seen a few with our grade at A-, B+. Sounds about right. Harold Fannin Jr. would be a good pick for the Saints day too. I'm kind of down on Harold Fannin, to be honest. I think he might be a little overinflated. I don't know if 6'3", 240s. I don't know if it's going to get it. Need to get a cornerback? Yeah, agreed. They're punishing people for not going to the combine. I mean, they should. They should, honestly. Cooper, super chat, $2.79. Much appreciated. Gage, $4.99. Super chat. Enjoy your content, James. Kenny Pickett Tribunal made me LMAO. Excited for the future for the Saints and trenches. Had to be addressed. Who dat? Brenda says hi. Hi, Brenda. Thank you for watching. Much appreciated. Yeah, Higgins is sweet. Let's see if I can find a grade. Let's see if I can find an early draft grade. All right, this is Bleacher Report. I'm going to try and get a couple. Let's see. And we can guess. Ladies and gentlemen. The Saints. Bleacher Report. We'll do Walter Football. Okay, we got 3. All right, we got 3 up. We're going to look at this. And then, so here we go. We have Bleacher Report, 33rd team, and Walter Football. Now remember, the Saints pick had people ready to jump off of a bridge. We had people in the chat saying it was the worst day of their life. We had people in the chat saying that they would never be Saints fans again, and that they wouldn't be able to sleep, and that they were thinking about doing the unspeakable because of the Saints pick. So let's see what the grades are. I haven't looked at these, so we're going to check it out blind. Bleacher Report. They give Cam Ward an A. They give Travis Hunter an A. They give Abdul Carter an A. Will Campbell, B. Mason Graham, B. Ashton Genty, A. Armand Membu, A. Ted McMillan, A. Here we go. Here we go. Kelvin Banks, F. Damn. Okay, we got an F from Bleacher Report. F from Bleacher Report. Passed on Shedeur Sanders, though. But this is kind of weird. Because they're... Okay. The Sanders thing is interesting. Because Sanders doesn't get drafted, you know? So if that's the whole reason. Banks was lower than Sanders. The Saints had to address their offensive line, but the Banks selection is merely covering up previous mistakes. Trevor Penning, blah, blah, blah. Despite everything, Banks is the reigning Outland Trophy winner as the nation's best interior lineman. The unanimous All-American was viewed as a potential top 10 pick. However, some flaws became evident, sporadic footwork and angles, blah, blah. Okay, let's go to the next. 33rd team. 33rd team. Let's look at some other. Then we got Loveland's an A. Michael Williams, C. Tyler Booker, A. Grant, D. For Grant. Warren, A. Jalen Walker, A. Nolan, A. Stewart, C. Zabel. Okay, let's go to the 33rd team. All right. B+, Cam Ward. Jaguars, C. Travis Hunter. Pretty crazy. Abdul Carter, A. Will Campbell, B. Browns, Mason Graham, A. Genty, C. Okay, we're seeing some pretty serious differences here. Jets, Membu, A. McMillan, Panthers, A. Banks, Saints, B. Okay, so we have an F and a B. Now I can go ahead and tell you why the F was from Bleacher Report. This F is because of Shedeur Sanders. The whole point of their thing was F because of Sanders. Sanders hasn't even gotten drafted yet. So how can you give them an F for not drafting a player that hadn't been drafted? All right, so 33rd team gives them a B. All right, and they give. Okay, so this is a really good example of what's going on here. 33rd team is relying on their own grades and their own whatever. Bleacher Report is relying on a lot of hype and a lot of media narratives because they give Colston Loveland an A, whereas 33rd team gives it a C+. Okay? So that's what's going on here. Tyler Booker gets a D. Interesting. All right, so we have a B. Was it a B plus or a B? A B? Oh, wait. This is Mason Graham. And we got a B. Okay, so we have an F and a B. All right. So now let's go to Walter Football. Now this is a draft website. Like that's all they do. Okay. A grade for the Titans, C grade for Travis Hunter, A grade for Abdul Carter, A plus for Will Campbell, A grade for Mason Graham, C minus for Ashton Genty, A plus Armand Membu, C for Ted McMillan. What are we thinking? A, Kelvin Banks. And D, Colston Loveland. Y'all seeing, ladies and gentlemen? Tyler Booker got the Millen grade, which is like the worst thing you can get. It's the Matt Millen grade. Are y'all seeing a trend, ladies and gentlemen? Are y'all seeing this? So, to summarize here, it's no surprise that the Saints pass on a quarterback. It's also no surprise that they draft on an offensive lineman. Ryan Ramczyk retires, so the Saints desperately needed to find a blindside protector. Talise Fuaga was the pick last year. He'll move to right tackle, which is his more natural spot. I love the Kelvin Banks pick, as it'll give New Orleans' next quarterback a good chance to succeed. Now, this right here Or you have Mickey Loomis Sucks 6969 in chat saying that it's the worst pick of all time and that they are never watching the New Orleans Saints again. Now, I'm not saying that it's an A. What I'm saying is that it's closer to being in the middle, okay? It's not burn your jerseys, Mickey Loomis sucks, sell the tickets, whatever. It's not an A+. It doesn't have to be. It can be a B. It can just be a good, solid pick, all right? Remember, all these guys do is the draft. This is the most accurate draft website on earth. At pick 9, they're including everything. They're including the pick. They're including the value. They're including who was around them. And it's an A. Okay? It's an A. So this should calm some of it. All right? The pick to sell ticket thing is dumb. Because, the Saints have sold out the season tickets every year for 20 years. They're not. A grade is great because Walter is always a tough grader. Yeah, I mean, everyone is hating on this pick. Will love it though if AK gets his 1,000-yard season. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Outlets hate the Saints. It's a safe pick. Sanders fans are emotional. We're talking long term here. Again, look, no offense to Mickey Loomis Sucks 6969, but if Walter says it's an A, I'm leaning closer to the Walter review than Mickey Loomis 6969. Okay. Do I think Rattler starts? Yeah, as of now, yes. Yeah. Because even if we take a quarterback now, he's going to have to compete with Rattler, so. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Blaze up. The stream did the damn thing. Peaked out at 2,800 viewers. Over 4 hours. Read over, 5,000 messages. Super chats all over the damn place. Easy E. Fun show, $5. Fun show, boring pick. Let's make a splash tomorrow. I'm there. Who the fook is Walter? Walter football is... So I always talk about this. I always talk about how you got to have your resources, where you're getting your data and all that. So they take all the mock drafters and they grade them on their accuracy. Walter has been the most accurate mock draft site in the world for 4 straight years. Legit. Okay. So that's who Walter football is. But yeah, it's a good site to check. All right, let me catch up here at the end. Who dat, thank you. Night Bro, thanks. W Stream. With that shirt, you look like this, Alan. Shout out to everyone who got one lit in the air right now. Amen. Congrats on the great stream, James. Need this type of shit every night. Will you be live tomorrow? Maybe. Check. Keep an eye on my Twitter. Keep an eye on the Twitter. James, you gonna watch Kellen Moore's press conference? I will watch his press conference. We'll react to that soon. It'll be on the channel. We'll do a full Kelvin Banks recap situation tomorrow on the channel. I gotta watch SmackDown tomorrow 7. Luther Burden. I'm not a fan of Luther Burden. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, everybody. We did it. Good stuff. Fun stuff. Very excited. Ladies and gentlemen. I don't have Twitter. Put the notifications on YouTube. That'll help you out. God bless you, James. God bless each and every one of you. DJ, brother, DJ might be working at a Haagen-Dazs pretty soon. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Seriously, I know we goof, I know we gaff, I know we have fun. It's all banter, all that fun stuff, but it's insane. 3,000 people in here. Couldn't imagine it. I remember when I was streaming to 5 people. Wasn't that long ago. I'm thankful for every video, every view, every like, every comment, all that stuff. So thank you very much. It's been a magical night. I will see you in the next video, which will be tomorrow. We'll have 2 videos, maybe 3, maybe 4 videos tomorrow. Most people after a 4-hour stream would rest their vocals. Me? No. We'll be right back at it like a crack addict tomorrow. Streams across the channels, all that stuff. Nothing stops. Never stopping. Best in the world. Taking over. Thank you very much.